Good morning, everyone, and I hope you can see me and I hope that you can hear me. I would like to welcome you all to our 2020 OMEP Ireland National Conference. My name is Judith Butler and I am the President of OMEP Ireland. This year's conference is as important as ever, despite the fact that we're bringing it to you in a slightly different way. Little did we think when we were attending our conference in CIT last year that we would be holding our 2020 conference online. However, there are many positives. This conference, held in this format, has attracted attendees from all over the world, and we're delighted that you could join us. So as you know, 2020 has been an unprecedented year for us all, and unprecedented challenges await. However, despite these challenges, OMEP Ireland continues to be instrumental in promoting, publishing, and disseminating research in relation to early childhood education and care, and in doing so, continues to raise the professional profile of those working in our wonderful profession. We would not be able to hold today's conference without the incredible support of our sponsor, TeachCloud. TeachCloud helps early years educators comply with regulations through their easy-to-use app so that practitioners can invest in what matters most, building relationships with and between children. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Wendy Oke, CEO of TeachCloud, who will now say a few words.
TeachCloud is an easy-to-use early childhood and after-school app with everything you need in one place. TeachCloud helps you streamline and reduce paperwork, communicate with parents, and comply with regulations. Teachers can move through the app quickly with several options such as daily records, learning journals, instant messaging, attendance, risk assessments, and cleaning sheets. Tap the Learning Journal option to record observations and document emerging interests. Parents can view and sign learning stories too. TeachCloud's Learning Journal software also provides prompts to learning goals in your chosen curriculum. Send documents, images, videos, and reminders using TeachCloud's instant messaging feature. Individual and group messages with read receipts makes communicating with parents a breeze. Taking attendance is done at the click of a button. Request absence reasons from parents and generate automatic attendance inspection-ready reports. Daily records such as medication, sleep, meals, and nappy changes can be recorded and signed. Accident forms can be documented and shared with parents using the free Parent app. Download or print records when you need to, or store everything on TeachCloud. The choice is yours. TeachCloud is easy to set up. Just add your rooms, children, and invite your teachers using the secure admin panel. Upload and share your policies with parents. Then quickly review parental consent and signatures or announce policy updates. TeachCloud was created by an early childhood teacher just like you, so you know you're in good hands. Have any questions? We'd love to help. Contact us at teachcloud.com or email hello@teachcloud.com. And generate automatic attendance inspection-ready reports. Daily records such as medication, sleep, meals, and nappy changes can be recorded and signed. Accident forms can be documented and shared with parents using the free Parent app. download or print records when you need to, or store everything on TeachCloud. The choice is yours. TeachCloud is easy to set up. Just add your rooms, children, and invite your teachers using the secure admin panel. Upload and share your policies with parents. Then quickly review parental consent and signatures, or announce policy updates. TeachCloud was created by an early childhood teacher just like you, so you know you're in good hands. Have any questions? We'd love to help. Contact us at teachcloud.com or email hello@teachcloud.com. So that's just a bit about TeachCloud. And then the last thing that I'd like to say is on the OMEP website, so that's omepireland.ie, in the rates and certificates section, you'll be able to also look at some of our certificates as well. So if you go to membership and certificates, you can actually purchase an OMEP Ireland 2020 conference, and you can also look at our membership options. So thanks very much for listening. I'll pass you on to Judith now.
Great, thank you, Wendy. So it is OMEP's mission to stimulate conversation, discussion and debate in relation to our work with and on behalf of children. The theme of today's conference is 2020 Vision for EYE. And this is relevant now more than ever. And our keynote speakers bring together renowned national and international leaders in early childhood. Our speakers have generously donated their time, their passion, and intellectual prowess to present today. And I have no doubt will enlighten and inspire us not only today, but for long after the conference is ended. So each speaker will present, and after the session one, we will then pose questions, your questions, to the speakers. So if you have questions, you can write them in the Q&A box, which is at the end of your screen. And we would ask you to put the questions in the Q&A rather than into the chat, because it'll be easy for us to spot them. So OMEP Ireland is a registered charity dedicated to promoting the well-being of all children and their right to high quality early childhood education and care. The mission is to raise awareness of the importance of early experiences by supporting early years research and sharing knowledge about what we can do to improve children's lives. We do this in two ways. So number one, we hold our national conference annually in November, and we usually hold it in CIT. But of course, due to COVID, this is where we are at this year. But hopefully we'll be back in MTU in Cork next year. And number two, we publish on Lana Vogue. On Lana Vogue is the OMEP Journal of Early Childhood Studies. And in January, we will be putting out a call for papers for volume 14 of this journal. Maybe you might be interested in submitting a paper for consideration. And if so, the guidelines for authors are available online on our website. And now it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker today is not only a patron of OMEP Ireland, but someone who continues to have powerful consequences for ECEC in Ireland. Professor Noreen Hayes is a visiting academic at the School of Education, Trinity College, Dublin. She is convener of the Researching Early Childhood Education Collaborative at Trinity College and has authored many books, articles and reports, and we are privileged to have Professor Hayes to present today. The title of Noreen's paper is We Need to Talk About the Children. So please, ladies and gentlemen, Noreen Hayes.
Thank you very much. Judith, can I be seen and heard? It's not clear to me at this end.
Yes, Noreen.
Great, excellent. Well, thank you very much to the committee for inviting me to participate in this conference and for such a wonderful title. It gives me free range to talk about really anything I want to talk about. The topic that I have chosen is the topic of focusing in on children, really. And what I'd like to to point out just at the moment is that the reason I pick on children is because, as Judith says, this is a very busy space at the moment in Ireland, and sometimes we get caught up in issues of administration, of policy, of conditions of service, of accessibility, affordability, and so forth. And those children who are actually being directly impacted by early childhood education and care every day of their lives get maybe slightly sidelined. So I want to hold that thought through the presentation. But I'm also taking advantage of the fact that, as Judith pointed out, I'm a patron of OMEP, and that really means that I've just been a member of OMEP for an awfully long time. Came across OMEP back in the 1980s when it sort of came with my first job in the DIT. It was sort of expected of me that I would become a participant in OMEP, and it was one of the most important expectations that I have had. It introduced me at a time when early childhood education as a sort of an academic space in Ireland was quite quiet. Indeed, early childhood education in general in the 1980s was very quiet. And it introduced me to a wide international world out there, and it was really very, very informative. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the opportunity provided by today to now my screen has gone very small, to share with you my my presentation. There we are. So I'm going to actually look back to look forward. And in looking back, I want to just take a little look at OMEP and to remind people perhaps that OMEP had its origins. It arose really out of the ashes of the Second World War, along with many international organizations, driven by the original National Committee from Poland. And the idea really was that there's got to be a better kind of world for children, and that early childhood education and care can provide and set the seed for a peaceful world in which children have the opportunity to grow and develop in a safe environment. And the National Committee in Ireland was established in 1966, and all through its life has had a very close and active involvement with OMEP International. Indeed, for 10 or 12 years, I think UCD, through Dr. Anne McKenna and Ursula O'Farrell, edited the International Journal for OMEP. So we've been in there right at the heart of it since we began to establish here in Ireland. And OMEP has been hugely influential in a variety of areas. It was proactive in the development of a children's program strand in RTE, for example, in relation to getting Bosco into the frame, so to speak. It was also influential in the establishment of the Association of Welfare Children in Hospital, the Irish Preschool Playgroups Association, the Children's Rights Alliance, and it has also been influential at a policy level as well. In fact, when I was preparing for this, I came across a 1992 publication here called A Feasibility on the Establishment of an Agency Focusing on the Welfare, Education and Development and Happiness of the Young Child. Nearly 30 years ago. We were ahead of our time. It's a powerful voice for children and policy, and I hope through this presentation to kind of look at some of the ways in which I think OMEP could advocate strongly through perhaps special issues in the journal, through conferences, or through other actions over time. 2020 will be remembered for a lot of things, but internationally, COVID turned societies across the world, but Ireland as well, into looking at what we value and what we consider to be important to society, and also looking at what we have ignored and who we have ignored, and an increased understanding of the importance of childcare, early childhood education and care to a fully functional society became evident. And there were indeed even calls for a publicly funded system of early childhood education and care in the earlier lockdown period of March, April and May. And we know from research, of course, that this is the way publicly funded systems provide services, which in turn provide the best outcomes for children. So it was heartening to see a move in this direction. OMEP International published a position paper on the COVID-19 crisis and highlighted once again that educational policies must consider early childhood education. States, families and civil societies collectively must think about a holistic and humanistic education in early childhood, and made a commitment to work once again with the Sustainable Development Goals, highlighting the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is specifically about early childhood education and care. So celebrating children, this is a wonderful picture taken during the first COVID lockdown. Somewhere in among that mix are two of my beautiful grandchildren that have kept me sane throughout this. But why should we be celebrating children and why focus on them? Children, I believe, and I think the evidence supports, need to be explicitly visible if we are to include them centrally in policy. Why? Because they often get marginalized and their needs and rights get decided for them rather than kind of thought through them because of the powerful adults whose asks get heard, they vote, but also because of the overwhelming impact of existing structures, the resistance of, say, departmental structures to shift and change in response to the needs of policy change. And we're functioning in a market model of early childhood education, coupled with a dominant child welfare and protection discourse still. And this has led to a fragment policy with excessive regulation, with increasing administrative demands. And it's leading to a situation where, and we have research to support this, there is a huge level of burnout in early childhood education services in Ireland at the moment. And this is not serving our children or indeed our professionals well. I want to say a little word about language here, because how we use language and the message it gives is, I think, really important. And childcare is a term that's used loosely, and it's important to recognize that it comprises early childhood education and care, and it comprises school-age childcare. And if we use the term childcare in that kind of general way, it is a service for parents with a focus on accessibility and affordability at a policy level. On the other hand, early childhood education and care, which we talk about and which OMEP talks about, is a service for children, providing a unique and developmental learning space for them and focusing largely on quality and issues of equality, as identified indeed in the position paper that OMEP published. Which is why I feel that there is a need to foreground the unique nature of early childhood education and care. Briefly, to tell you the history of the term, I wasn't actually aware of this until recently when I was editing a book with a colleague about the late John Bennett, and we had an essay in it, or a piece in it, by Michelle Newman, who worked with him. And she pointed out that in the publication of Starting Strong, the OECD document, the 2001 document, there were 11 or 12 countries, different languages, different systems, different ideas about early childhood education and care, but they all managed to come together to agree one term, which they could all use comfortably in all their countries. And that was the term early childhood education and care. And for that reason, I think it's a term we really need to own and actually celebrate. It's a continuum, as most of you will know, of education from birth through to compulsory school age, 6 to 8, depending on where you are. It refers to all services from childminding, full, part-time, private, public, where there's a sharing of the care of young children. And it is, in fact, a unique educational approach which differs from, say, primary education. And there's a growing field of scholarship. Internationally, it's been bumping along for quite a while, but it's growing in Ireland also. And it's growing out of a kind of an ecological model of child development and the new sociology of childhood. And it has been identified, or is becoming identified, as a unique strand of educational research. And these are some of the unique features of it. It's the integrated nature of learning. Rather than thinking of children as learning maths and vocabulary and literacy and science and so forth, it's actually recognizing that in their play and in the integrated experiences that they have, they're learning about different areas at the same time. It acknowledges the crucial role of context. The whole home learning environment interface and the transition into primary school is seen as a central kind of context for thinking about early childhood as a profession. It has distinctive knowledge and skills. But most importantly, and something we do need to highlight, is it in its unique nature, it disrupts traditional educational structures. It disrupts curriculum. We've moved into this idea of an emergent curriculum, not a kind of prescribed curriculum. And it disrupts pedagogy. The education is different in early childhood education. Now I've lost my link to the next. Where's my slide gone? There we are. So I know Aoife is going to be talking about this, so I just want to make the point that the convention is a very useful mirror against which to judge your country's response to their obligations. And General Comment 7 about early childhood education really asks the states parties to recognize young children as holders of rights. And in that context, I think it's interesting to observe that the introduction of the universal free preschool by government effectively concedes to a right to access to early childhood education. And therefore, I believe a strong case can be made for re-evaluating the place of children in Irish education, early childhood education policy, and move away from what we still really have, which is a sort of reactive protection welfare model of child policy, towards a more proactive rights-based model. There's lots of language about rights, but I just want to show you an illustration of why I think maybe rights aren't as front and central as they might be. So how do we stand in relation to policy, children and early childhood education and care in Ireland? I'm not going to go into the document First Five in great length, but there are one or two things I want to point to in relation to it. I want to point to the vision. The vision states that all babies and young children's early years will be valued. And this valuing, the vision goes on to say, will be through supporting families, those providing services and community contexts. And there is nothing in this vision that you could be critical of. However, when you compare that vision to the language of the vision, if you like, to the vision that was articulated 20 years ago by the National Children's Strategy for all children, including very young children, it stated that the vision was for an Ireland where young children are respected as young citizens with a valuable contribution to make and a voice of their own, where all children are cherished and supported by families and where they enjoy fulfilling childhoods. And you can see, I think, the language there, which is a language of children rather than a language of services, as the language supporting children rather than a language supporting services. And it's just it's a linguistic trend and it's a policy focus, but I think it's something we should note. And I think it's a sort of call to arms for continuing to talk about children's voices, children's participation and children's rights in respect of early childhood education. The first five document is a whole government systems approach, and it is a strategy for the development of services. Interestingly, and I've spoken about this elsewhere and indeed written about it, the strategy doesn't refer to the internationally recognized early childhood education and care system. It references early childhood education and care, I think, twice, but it's in respect of a reference to a document entitled Early Childhood Education and Care. Rather, the early care was favoured, and it was defined in terms of service types, childminding, preschool, school-age childcare in early learning and care, and it excluded non-compulsory junior and senior infant classes, which in the international definition of early childhood education are actively included. And I think the problem with this is that the choice of changing terminology failed to acknowledge the significance of early childhood education and care as a new significant microsystem for children in their development, alongside the microsystem that is the family and the microsystem that is the family or the primary school. And I think that we actually therefore need a vision. I think your conference title is extremely apposite. We need a vision for this significant new microsystem of early childhood education and care. And here are some of the challenges that OMEP might consider in thinking about how we would address this. How can the government, in thinking about a vision, how can the government support quality early childhood education and care to achieve positive child outcomes, whilst at the same time supporting parents? I mean, there is no doubt about it that the role of education in general in society as a support to parents who are working has really become recognised during COVID. And in fact, there was a very interesting paper in I think possibly a US journal that I was reading, which said COVID has shown that primary education is whisperate childcare. And so, but how do we balance that? How do we balance the supporting parents whilst at the same time doing what early childhood really needs to do, which is achieve positive outcomes for children? How can we achieve a coherent policy response which takes account of the different historical realities and contradictory policy focuses across the sector and across government departments? And there is a lot of fragmentation in early childhood education and care at the moment now, and it really does need to come together with the common aim of improving the quality of early childhood education and care for children. How do we avoid fragmentation when, as I pointed out, systems are very resistant to change? And yet that resistance to change can lead to duplication, conflicting expectations, and inefficient use of funding. And funding is going to be tight. And how can policies be implemented in a way that supports professional early childhood educators and avoids placing an undue burden on them? And currently, there is no doubt about it, there is an extremely strong burden on professionals in the field. I'm a member of a small group, an informal group called Inform. And if anybody's interested in the group, I can send documents maybe through to Judith, who can in turn distribute them to people who are interested, or I can talk about it in a question and answers if you like. It really arose out of the invariable coffees that myself and my group would have after sessions, after conferences, after research meetings, asking how can we improve the quality of early childhood education and care in Ireland? What sort of vision can we have? And we have done a small number of things. We hosted a webinar, we have published 1 or 2 small papers, and we have in advance of the formation of the new government, identified 5 steps to enhance early childhood education and care. I share them with you today because we will be sharing them more broadly as a group and developing networks and collaborations into the future in order to move forward on these steps. But we're equally open to contributions and observations about these steps. So the 5 steps that we identified were articulating a vision for early childhood education, a vision of a public and a universal system of early childhood, which would be clear to incorporate its constituent elements, roles, and responsibilities. Step 2 is, and they're steps that happen in parallel, not 1, 2, 3, and 4. These happen in parallel. Policy and resources. Set out public policy resourcing under the auspices of one government department, but also drawing on the expertise from professionals in practice in early childhood education and care. All setting types. Support structure. Establish support structures at local levels with clear roles and responsibilities, which would be able to plan and provide for professional development, training and mentoring services. We have local structures. Inform as a group think that they could be strengthened, supported, and perhaps in some cases refocused. The fourth step would be the establishment of a professional body, and this is something we are actively moving on. Really, if early childhood educators are to be recognised for the work they do and valued for the work they do, there does need to be a professional body akin to the kind of professional body that occupational therapists have, speech and language therapists have, not a regulatory body, a professional body. And a body that would oversee training, qualifications, continuous professional developments and look at them against baselines and metrics that have international standing in relation to high quality, review salary scales, link qualifications to pay, to develop a system which actually allows for career progression and specialisms. And finally, monitoring and evaluation, establishing an active, cohesive monitoring and evaluation system that sets standards, documents, perspectives, and so forth, and replaces the current differentiated inspection system, which really kind of adds pressure to settings. So in relation to looking back to look forward in the context of 2020 vision for or early childhood education and care, I think I hope these steps are of interest to you. And I think if we take OMEP Ireland, it's one of 70 or more committees internationally. It's connected into an international system which is influencing policy and research. It has consultative status and therefore access to information from bodies such as UNICEF and Council of Europe, which I found to be a particularly valuable source of information in my early days in OMEP. There's a proud history of advocacy, of research, of collaborative action in OMEP Ireland. It's a powerful voice, and I think it has and could have a pivotal role in supporting transformative change in Ireland into the future. And I leave you with a little quote from a poem from Louise Gluck, who was the Nobel Prize winner this year. And it reminds us of how privileged we are and what an important role we have in working with and for our youngest children. We look at the world once in childhood, the rest is memory. We can provide the rest with a very joyful, happy, safe, enriched childhood. Thank you very much.
Sincere thanks, Noreen, for that wonderful and thought-provoking presentation. For me, the importance of early childhood and care in society has become so clear over the last few months. And from your presentation, you know, we can now see the need for objective voices, especially with international backing, to remind our government and policymakers that things certainly need to change and need to transform within the system for all children and their families. So sincere thanks for that, Noreen. I know that there are a lot of questions coming in for you. Okay. So hopefully you won't mind taking all of those.
Not at all, I'll be around.
Brilliant, thank you, Noreen. So now I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Professor Anya Nolan. Aoife Nolan, and Aoife Nolan is Professor of International Human Rights Law and Co-Director of the Human Rights Law Centre at the University of Nottingham. Professor Nolan has published extensively in the areas of children's rights, including in the areas of international human rights law and constitutional law. Aoife has acted as an expert advisor to a wide range of international and national organisations and bodies working on children's rights issues. She has held visiting positions at academic institutions in Europe, Africa, the US and Australia. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Professor Aoife Nolan talking about human rights and ECCE during COVID-19. Thank you.
My apologies. There's always one idiot who can't manage the tech, and I have proceeded to be that idiot. I hope you can see me and hear me now.
We can. And do you want to just make your slideshow from?
I do indeed. I'm going to do it now. My apologies. I hope that this will work now. It should do. Here we go. Share. Thank you so much. Can you confirm that you can see that now, Judith? That would be very helpful.
Yes, I can. And if you want to just do, yeah, that's perfect.
Perfect. Listen, thank you so much. I'm sorry about my mishandling of the tech. It's an absolute pleasure to be part of today's event. Thank you so much to Judith, to Annie, to Wendy, who have done so much work to bring this together. It is a particular pleasure for me to speak after Noreen, who has, I think, provided an absolutely superb overview of the ECEC context and the challenges that OMEP and its members face over the coming well, for 2020 and beyond. Now, I am going to be much more limited in terms of what I hope to cover today. Specifically, I'm very aware that I'm speaking to a group of absolute experts working in the early childhood education and care sector. My plan is not to sit here and hold forth on something about which I know very little, but which all of you know a huge amount about. Rather, what I want to do is I want to pull in some thoughts around the implications of human rights, particularly human rights under international law, in the context of early childhood education and care during this time of COVID-19. And in doing so, I would hope that there will be an opportunity to feed into some of the key debates and the challenges that individual members are facing in their work, and that indeed the ECEC sector is facing more broadly. So let me start by very quickly clicking here. I'm going to start by outlining some of the key human rights concerns that we have seen arising in the context of COVID. And I have to, plead for understanding and forgiveness at this point, because the start of this will be somewhat legalistic, but I'm hoping that my extremely text-heavy slides will assist people to absorb the rather dry information that I want to provide. What I will say is that very little of what I'm going to say here is going to be news to those of us who read, the Irish newspapers or newspapers beyond Ireland on a day-to-day basis. And I look forward during the comments and the conversation to hear more from OMEP members about their own experiences during COVID-19 and the extent to which what I talk about today chimes in with your experiences, or perhaps, misses the point, or should be shaped to provide greater support to the work that you're doing. I think, today I want to focus, obviously, the ECEC situation in the context of COVID has implications for a wide range of groups of rights bearers. And today I want to focus in on two in particular. First of all, children, kind of as I would say, the target audience, the beneficiaries. We can discuss the child right holders in the context of ECEC. And what we've seen in COVID is very much this issue of, first and foremost, the closure of ECEC facilities, and of course, schools and educational facilities more broadly. And I think first and foremost, it's very clear, and one doesn't have to be a legal genius to know this, that the closure of ECEC facilities and services resulted in a limitation or interference with children's right to education. And crucially, it not only impacted on their right to education, but it also contributed, it also diminished the contribution that ECEC can make to children's development. Okay, and under international human rights law, particularly the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which Noreen has mentioned already, the states, so in other words, Ireland, have a duty to ensure children's development to the maximum extent possible. Other things that we've seen for children in ECEC, and indeed children more broadly, is the pressurized situation of COVID, combined with poor housing conditions, combined with the significant stress created by COVID and the lockdown situations, appears, according to information from a range of different organisations working on child protection in Ireland, to have directly contributed to an increase in domestic violence and violence against children, which obviously has implications for children's right to freedom from all forms of violence, injury, or abuse. I'm not suggesting that the closure of ECEC institutions directly caused this, but certainly the lack of access to such services and goods will undoubtedly have contributed to the pressure experienced by those seeking to provide such care at home. There are the clear impacts on children of, of the age or in ECEC, in early childhood education and care, the impact of lockdown in terms of mental health impacts, as well as while younger children don't appear to be on the front line of, COVID, of particular danger in the context of COVID, there's very clearly been a slowdown in terms of access to services such as, immunization, preventative services, monitoring of child development, etc. And these are likely in the longer term to have very significant impacts on children's right to health. So both the immediate COVID situation, but also the fact that the knock-on effect of COVID on healthcare goods and services for children in ECEC suggests that there are going to be very significant problems later on. Another thing that, of course, you will all be very aware of as people working in the ECEC context is the importance for children of development in the context of engagement with their peers. We can see this through, the child's right to development lens, but it also closures of ECEC and, other lockdown effects obviously have impacted on children's right to play, and indeed their rights to freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, a whole range of rights that have to be exercised in a group, that frequently have to be exercised in a group context. And while the right to play, of course, can be exercised alone, there are elements of the right to play that require a collective engagement. The other thing I want to flag, because I know that it has been of particular concern to people working in ECEC, has been the evidence of rising deprivation and lack of access to food amongst children in Ireland during the time of COVID. And this, of course, directly impacts on the child's right to an adequate standard of living, which is very clearly directed towards the child's holistic development under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I suppose in sum, one of the things that we really have to be aware of is that what COVID has done is that it hasn't impacted on all children at the ECEC stage equally. Rather, what it's done is that it has very much compounded inequality and social exclusion experienced by already disadvantaged groups of children, right? So we keep hearing in COVID at the international level, we're all in it together. But obviously, for those of you who work in ECEC, you will be very much aware that not all children are in it, or not all children have been impacted equally. And this is a huge concern going forward post-COVID. I now want to turn to the second group whose rights are hugely important in terms of today's discussion. And this is, of course, those working in the ECEC context, as workers. So teachers, but other, of course, going beyond teachers, and education staff to people who provide services, whether it be, for instance, cleaning, whether it be transport, whether it be work around ECEC facilities more generally. Obviously, COVID, and also both during lockdown and following lockdown, the conditions to which ECEC workers have been exposed have very clear human rights implications. And first and foremost, of course, we have this potential exposure to COVID-19 through employment. Okay, and it's obvious that ECEC workers, particularly those engaging with smaller children, are at greater risk of contracting COVID-19 than those adult workers who do not have that level of contact with children. For sure, given the ages of patterns of contagion, it appears that teachers working at the secondary level are at greater risk, but ultimately the level of contact between those working in ECEC and small children means that they are definitely at greater risk of contraction through employment than if they were not carrying out this work. And this is obviously raises serious issues from the perspective of the right to safe and healthy work conditions. And this, whereas the rights I've talked about so far have been very much focused on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, children's rights, the rights of ECEC workers are primarily set out in the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. And just to be clear, this, like the UN Covenant on the Rights of the Child, is a treaty that Ireland has signed up to, and it has volunteered to be bound by, right? It has volunteered to give effect to the rights under that international treaty. Another thing that we've certainly seen happening in the ECEC context is in the context of the right to work. We've seen job losses, we've seen people laid off, we've seen people we've seen people's work conditions being very, very seriously impacted, both in the short term and in the longer term. On the day-to-day context of work around, work in the early childhood education and care sector, we're seeing problems reported in the media around inadequate or slow access to testing, inadequate access to PPE, and all of this raises issues not just for the right to safe and healthy work conditions, but also to the right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Okay. And I mentioned mental health here because, of course, if you're feeling endangered at work or at risk at work, that naturally impacts on your mental state and may have impact on your right to mental health. Really important thing, especially if we're dealing with, I think, if we think about the childcare context, the rights that I'm talking about here apply to people whether they work in public ECE institutions or in the private sector, okay? The way in which the state might have to give effect to them might be slightly different depending on whether it's a state body, whether it's a public ECE institution or a private one, but ultimately everyone who works in the ECEC sector enjoys those rights. And just as I said when we were talking about children's rights, that we saw this situation in which not all children were affected equally, certainly there will be particular ECEC workers that are more at risk than others. But I think it's very important to note, and I'm building on Noreen's earlier comments, that actually arguably what's happened with COVID, both the precarity, the pressure at work, the rejigging of work conditions in a way that's problematic or negative for ECEC workers, this is really seems to have compounded the vulnerability of workers that were already under pressure. Okay, it's sort of compounded a longer term crisis in the sector, and I'm very happy to be corrected on that, but that was very much my reading of the information that I have access to, and it seems to be consistent with what Noreen was saying in her comments. So why should we look at human rights? I mean, obviously I'm going to look at them because I'm a human rights lawyer, and this is the language, this is the discourse, these are the concepts I'm really comfortable with. But I can completely understand why someone who works in the ECEC context turns around and goes, but we have our own language, we have our own concepts. This is, human rights language is actually quite conflictual. Should we really be engaging with it at all? So let me give you a few reasons as to why I think it's worth OMEP members engaging with human rights, okay? And this is, of course, building on the fact that I know that many of you are dealing with children's rights directly. I mean, we've already heard that in Noreen's superb presentation earlier, but I want us to think about maybe engaging with human rights more broadly, including when thinking about ECEC workers' conditions and the challenges that the sector faces as a whole. So what does human rights offer? Well, first of all, it brings the focus in on people rather than the economy, right? We hear a huge amount of the economy this, the economy that. But if you're talking about human rights, front and center is the human person, okay? Second of all, and building on this human specific focus, if we're doing a human rights analysis, it enables us to look at who is affected and how. And one of the things that isn't in the slides, but is worth mentioning, is that human rights' focus, particular concern about non-discrimination, about equality, means that it's not just about looking at everyone, it's about honing in on the people who are most vulnerable. And that's massively important, okay? Because if we think about the challenges that are faced by children in ECEC, and we think about ECEC workers, not everyone is in the same position. So actually human rights analysis forces us to bring those nuances into account when we think about our own engagement around decision making. The other thing I want to flag very importantly is that when we talk about human rights, it's not just about government being nice or benevolent or charitable. Human rights are international legal obligations, okay? And there are domestic legal human rights obligations, duties. Not talking so much about them today in this presentation, but I'm very happy to come back to them. But at the international level, as I said, government has signed up for this. It's, you know, it's had the praise and the kudos for signing up to these treaties. Now it has to implement them, right? And they are required to. Their performance is monitored by UN treaty bodies, which I'll talk about in a minute. It is absolutely appropriate to require them to adhere to what they've signed up to. And very importantly, if we think about how children's right to education has been affected, if we think about how ECEC workers' rights have been affected, both during and, you know, during COVID, and how they are looking to be affected, I think it's very important to remember that human rights impose constraints on state action, right? The public health, human rights make clear that a public health crisis doesn't give the state a blank check when it comes to decision making or taking measures. And I'm just going to pull on a quick statement from the body that monitors the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, which says that in crisis situations, international human rights law exceptionally permits measures that may restrict the enjoyment of certain human rights in order to protect public health. But very importantly, so we're saying human rights, very pragmatic, it allows these exceptions. But then the committee goes on to say such restrictions must be imposed only when necessary, they must be proportionate and kept to an absolute minimum. And it is a very reasonable question to ask as to whether the limitations that we have seen, both for children's rights and for ECEC workers' rights, have in fact been necessary, proportionate, and kept to an absolute minimum. And I'm going to leave you with that thought. There have been various statements with regards to what we should be doing for children. I'm conscious of time, and I'm going to just flag a small number of these, but I'm very happy for these slides to be circulated. Very importantly, the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child has stated that states have to take a certain number of measures. So for instance, including considering the health, social, educational, economic and recreational impacts of the pandemic on the child, okay? They have, and this will be of particular interest to those of you who've been talking about digital learning or online learning, which I appreciate may not be as much of a discussion in the ECEC context as it is for education aimed at older children. But this issue of ensuring that online learning does not exacerbate existing inequalities or replace student-teacher interaction. Crucially, there is a need to protect children whose vulnerability is further increased by exceptional circumstances. There's a need to ensure that child protection services are protected. There must be dissemination of accessible, child-friendly, accurate information about COVID-19, and children's views have to be taken into account in COVID-19 decision-making processes. Okay, so that's what we should be seeing, a bit of what we should be seeing for children at the ECEC stage, okay? And of course, when they talk about children's views to be taken into account in COVID-19 decision-making processes, that includes decision-making processes about early childhood education and care. And then crucially, let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about what should be happening for ECEC workers, okay? And here, we're not talking about the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child anymore. Rather, we're talking about the UN Committee that monitors Ireland's behaviour or efforts when it comes to giving effect to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Workers have to be protected from the risks of contagion at work. States have to adopt appropriate regulatory measures to ensure that employers, so public and private, minimise the risk of contagion according to best practice public health standards, okay? States, parties, and until those measures are adopted, workers cannot be obliged to work and should be protected from disciplinary or other penalties for refusing to work without adequate protection. Has this been happening in the ECEC sector context? In addition, states have to take immediate measures to protect jobs, pensions, and other social benefits of workers during the pandemic. Again, were adequate measures taken by the Irish government and other state actors to ensure this? Now, I'm conscious that Judith will be looking at her clock, And I just want to finish. One of the things that will have struck you as I went through that list is that obviously, if we take the example of the closure of ECEC facilities, where those close down, that might protect the health rights of ECEC workers, but it obviously impacts negatively on the rights of children. However, the important thing to note is that the conflicts of rights are part and parcel of the bread and butter of international human rights law. And the first thing to note is that neither child rights nor ECEC worker rights are trumps, right? Neither prevails in all situations automatically, okay? Both sets of rights form part of a broader human rights framework. And what happens if you have a conflict between those sets of rights or tensions between them is that you have to have a balancing exercise to be carried out. So, this is again, this is nothing unusual. This is part and parcel of what we see in human rights all the time. Very importantly, that there is some bottom line stuff. Children's rights in the context of ECEC cannot be used to justify avoidable harms done to the rights to life, health, and non-discrimination of others, okay? And that includes ECEC workers. That said, children's social vulnerability and the fact that they have these very limited opportunities to input into decision-making processes, they don't vote, and children in ECEC have limited opportunities for indirect input. And that means that children's rights have to be given special attention and priority by decision makers. Okay, so these are just two of the factors that we would expect to see balanced in decision making about, for instance, the reopening or the management of ECEC facilities during the time of COVID. Okay, I want to finish now with a few thoughts, and actually, I think they tie very nicely with some of the stuff that Noreen said. First of all, I want to make clear, it's been very interesting. I want to sound a warning. It's been very interesting in the time of COVID, and I acknowledge that this is a problem that is more of an issue in the UK context than in the Irish one, but there was some of that in Ireland too. It was amazing how actors that don't generally care.
Excuse me, OMEP conference.
Sorry, excuse me? Sorry, I think something was said there. Judith, may I just check, is everything all right with you? Okay.
Yes, that's fine. I just think somebody came in by
Perfect, that's fine. Sorry, I just wanted to check it wasn't you. I will be finished in 45 seconds. First of all, we have to make sure that when people talk about human rights, for instance, children's rights must not be used as a beating stick to force ECC workers to experience unsafe working conditions, right? So we have to be very aware of that. And we need to be very careful of anyone who would suggest that actually it's child rights versus early childhood education and care workers' rights. We have to be very careful and interrogate any efforts and challenge any efforts to do it that way. Very importantly, we can use human rights language and concepts and the different mechanisms, both domestically and internationally, to challenge harmful state action and inaction with regards to the early childhood education and care sector, both with regards to children's rights and workers' rights. But I think this is the final message I'd like to leave with us, right? We're in COVID, but sometime soon, we hope, in the not too distant future, we will be beyond COVID, okay? But whether we're in COVID or not, human rights require decision makers to engage in careful, rational decision-making that seeks to maximize the rights of all, okay? Human rights they're not about beating sticks for governments. Their primary role is as a framework for law, policy, resource allocation decision-making that advances the enjoyment of rights. So what I want us to think about here, and I think it ties in very well with the challenges that Noreen identified for OMEP members, is how can we, moving forward, push for human rights to shape government decision-making with regards to early childhood education and care? What are the key the key opportunities in terms of law, policy, and resource allocation processes where we would like to see human rights having traction to improve the position both of children and of workers involved in early childhood education and care? I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank Thank you so much, Aoife, for that incredible presentation. I think the one thing we all miss about the conference today is, our inability to clap. So we're sending you a big clap, and to you too, Noreen, for both of your fantastic presentations. And also to say thank you, Aoife, for reminding us and I suppose recognising the challenges of EC workers that are really under pressure, as it was even before COVID. So again, many questions have come in for you, Aoife, and we look forward to you answering those after the end of this next session. So our third speaker today is a name that you're probably all very familiar with, and it's Dr. Geraldine French. And Geraldine is the head of School of Language, Literacy and Early Childhood Education and the programme chair of the Masters of Education in Early Childhood at DCU. In the context of early childhood settings, Geraldine was commissioned to undertake reviews of literature underpinning both national frameworks, Arster and Síolta. And most recently, Dr. French has written on the key elements of professional practice with babies, with an emphasis on relational pedagogy to nurture their learning and development. So, ladies and gentlemen, a virtual big applause for Dr. Geraldine French.
Good morning, everybody. It is an absolute privilege to be here, and particularly following two such absolutely excellent presentations. So I'm going to shift the focus slightly from very large ideas down to actual babies and what's happening babies in early childhood settings. So I'm going to just start now, and the title of my session, as you can see, is Perspectives on the Slow Relational Pedagogy with Babies. Now, I confess, in relation to using the term perspectives, I was playing with vision and I. So now I'm just going to tell you what it is I'm really going to talk about, which is, first of all, why should we focus on babies? What are those key characteristics of quality early childhood education and care, which ultimately underpin what is required for babies flourishing, which is a slow relational pedagogy? Okay, why should we focus on babies? Well, I think this picture kind of says it all, really. When you consider the vulnerability and dependence and helplessness of a newborn baby, and then you compare that 18 months later, the same child is able to talk, walk, feed themselves, and we all know, very capable of saying no. The amount of development that happens in that particular time is truly extraordinary. The other reasons that we should focus on babies is that up to now, their capacities have been completely underestimated. We used to think that that babies, wouldn't understand cause and effect, that they were irrational, that their thinking was limited, and so forth. But thanks to the work of Patricia Kuhl, Alison Gopnik, and lots of other famous researchers, we know now that babies are learning from every moment, in every context that they're in, and from birth. We also know that they're born knowing a lot more, feeling more, empathizing more, creating more, and thinking more than we ever thought possible. If you consider just the idea of imitation, a newborn baby is able to imitate the facial expressions of humans. You stick your tongue out at a baby, or you smile at a newborn baby, and they will smile back. They will stick their tongue back out at you. But as Alison Gopnik says, there are no mirrors in the womb. How does the baby know to connect that feeling that they see and then repeat that back to you? It is truly extraordinary. As Patricia Kuhl says, what's going on in babies' brains is nothing short of rocket science. And actually, Patricia Kuhl and Alison Gopnik, again, have various studies which point to the statistical genius of babies. So say, for example, in Patricia Kuhl's studies, she looks at how babies take statistics on the language around them. So when they're born, they're citizens of the world and they tune in to all of the different sounds around them. But after about 6 or 7 months, they prune away and they get only engaged in the language that's closest to them. So in other words, they become the culture-bound language users that we are. Alison Gopnik did lots of studies in Berkeley University. In one case, they had 6 to 7 month old babies being presented with Perspex boxes of coloured ping pong balls. So there was a ratio of 80% of white ping pong balls and 20% red ping pong balls. And what they were trying to do was, by using the looking time technique, see what did babies, were they able to predict? Were they able to, take probabilities? So what the researchers did was they took out a very selected a number of balls in relation to each other. So you would have 5 white balls and 1 red ball, and they did this in a predictable pattern. And then occasionally they messed it up and they took out maybe a couple of more red balls. And what did the babies do? They stared longer. In other words, they were taking probabilities. We know as well, in terms of brain development, if you actually just take volume and weight, 50% of postnatal growth of brain development occurs during the first year of life. 75% of its adult size by the second year, and actually it's something like 95 by age 5. So then when you think as well about synaptic development, synapses are those tiny little connections that connect one neuron to the next within our brains, which effectively helps us think, act, move, eat, etc. At this stage, in the first 1,000 days, those synapses multiply at a 20-fold times more than at any other stage in life. Now, all of you who are here, you blessed people, are obviously know this because you're taking your Saturday off and you're looking at something to do with early childhood education. Here we have, and we know that this time is the foundation for all later learning. We know that babies' learning and development happens in the magic of everyday moments. And we know that that learning and development is very much a function of the experiences that the child has. We also know, I can't quite remember the statistics, but I think it's something like 26,000 babies are in care, certainly around in early childhood settings outside of the home, certainly in 2018. So babies are being cared for outside of the home. And we know that there's evidence that babies and young children fare much better in high quality settings. However, we also know that poor quality settings can do untold harm to babies. So what are those characteristics when we're talking particularly about babies? So just to talk through some of these, first of all, we need to have knowledgeable and committed staff in early education and care. But critically, as part of their education and continued professional development, there has to be a focus on births to threes in that education. And just to reiterate the points of the 2 previous speakers, top of the list, of course, is an understanding of children's rights. We need to understand how children learn and develop, how to use daily routines to build attachments with these particularly young children, how we engage in emotional responsive interactions with children, planning for their learning, awareness of diversity, working with families with multiple needs, self-evaluation and critical self-reflection, ideally through film-stimulated reflective dialogues and on-site mentoring. In relation to low-stress facilitating environments, these need to be organized literally from the baby's perspective. So you're talking about literally being down at the baby's level on the floor, ensuring that there are comfortable spaces for all of those routine, intimate bodily care routines that happen for babies, ensuring that's enough space and resources to promote physical activity and movement experiences and play integrated throughout the day. And critically, babies need to be outdoors. Even if you just take eyesight alone, they cannot be confined within 4 square walls. They need to be able to look out at a distance just for their visual acuity. Family involvement goes without saying. It is critically important. We must recognize that the educators are the primary educators of children. We must have respect-based relationships with parents. We need to share information, skills, decision-making, responsibility and accountability. And critically, we also need to be able to recognize signs of stress and distress in parents and be able to respond to that. Now, the other key element that's critically important is that attachments are supported. And those attachments will be supported through a key person system, but a very specialized key person system when it comes to babies. First of all, that key person is going to be the person that will build the relationship with the family, ideally meet them long before the baby ever even crosses the threshold, but is the person who is going to greet the child in the morning, going to change that child's nappy, going to feed the child, give them down to their nap, and all of those elements of the daily routine, and critically be the voice of the child. Very young babies cannot articulate their feelings. And whilst babies are so resilient and they can attach to lots of people, that doesn't mean that they have to. When they're moving into an early childhood setting, having that one key person is critically important for their emotional development and stability. And having a secondary key person who will be there in the event of the first key person would be just fantastic. I once went to Norway actually with a group of students from the DIT back in the day, and we went into a setting, an outdoor setting, and the rule of thumb in their setting was that nobody could change a baby's nappy unless the baby knew them well for 4 months. So that was the point. That was the kind of threshold. The baby must know the person well for 4 months before they changed a nappy. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about the importance of, I suppose, the individualized routines that are particularly relevant to babies more so than older children. You're not going to be able to read this, but just to give you the flavor of it, think about it. Children are coming into the setting, they're arriving, they might get to play a little bit, or then they might get to have their breakfast. As soon as young babies eat, what happens? They have to have the nappy changed, then maybe a little bit of play, or maybe they go down for a nap. They get up again, there might be a little bit of play, more feeding, because obviously young babies, the younger you are, the more regular the feeds are required. And again, the younger you are, the more feeds you have, the more the nappy changes, and then there's the elements of play and so forth. And then, of course, you move right up in full day care, right up to the end of the day. So these are a significant amount of transitions that are happening for young babies. Again, evidence of how the key worker person who's supporting the baby through all of these transitions is critically important. So when we get to talk about slow relational pedagogy and a specialized pedagogy in relation to babies, it's much more about those moments of nappy changing, of feeding. They're the actual learning moments. They're where these are the opportunities to build these important attachments and not be so focused on the task as, oh, we've got to get this nappy changed. No, it's about seeing opportunities for communication, for narrating the experience for babies, for giving them choices, holding the nappy, holding the powder. I'm not going to go through all of this. And actually, just to say to you that a lot of this information is available in a paper that's freely available on the National Council for Curriculum Assessment website. So you can get all of this information. But the key thing is to do things with the baby as opposed to the baby, wiping the faces, but very much being there with the baby. So when we move now to talking about a slow relational pedagogy, Alison Clark, in a chapter called Towards a Listening Pedagogy, a book that's edited by Peter Moss, available, I highly recommend it, it's excellent. She talks about the need for listening. Now, okay, Carla Rinaldi, many others have talked about this pedagogy of listening. And by the way, just speaking of the term pedagogy, I know you maybe some of you are railing against that idea of pedagogy with babies. But when you're talking about this particular young, vulnerable babies, you're really talking about learning and development and emotional nurturance. So back to Alison Clark. She talks about a slow pedagogy and a slow knowledge. And she talks about lingering, revisiting and rethinking. And actually White in New Zealand talks about the importance of emotional presence and lingering lovingly, which I think is a lovely idea. And then again, listening again or differently or dwelling, really, really being in the moment with babies. And she talks about the importance of attention to tempo, pace, place, materials, the role of the adult, and the uncomfortableness of uncertainty. Early childhood settings are very, very complex places and very, very busy places. It is also needs to be acknowledged that when you're with this, beautiful, slow relational pedagogy, those moments for babies are deeply intense. There is a lot happening in those babies' brains. So if we're thinking about slow pedagogy in the context of babies, we're asking ourselves the questions, how can we be together with a baby in a slow way when arriving and leaving the setting, when changing a nappy, when feeding a baby, when sharing books, when being outside? How can we be together with the baby in a slow way? So these are the features of a slow relational pedagogy. And first of all, we have to talk about the importance of touch. So Jim Greenman would have talked about how the safe, secure world begins with the baby's need for physical contact, and lots of it. He would have said that touch is more important than vision for survival and healthy development. And indeed, he talked about how babies once died of skin hunger. Touch is reassuring to the baby that they are safe and they're not alone. And it gives the body permission to grow and the mind to explore. But equally, babies' bodies must be respected as if it is your own, and therefore you're thinking about gentle touch. So when we talk about the sensitivity and attunement approach, attunement involves being totally in harmony with the baby, observing them carefully, and tuning into their unique traits. The response acknowledges the individual temperaments of the child and is neither too intrusive or is it too passive. It's the Goldilocks effect. It's just right. Attunement is a natural expression of attachment, and through this the emotional bond grows much faster. So in terms of responsive communication.
Yes, love, of course you can.
Sorry. That's lovely. I imagine that's a lovely parent giving permission to her gorgeous child to do something. Okay, so baby-adult relationships that are responsive and attentive will have lots of back and forth, serve and return interactions, which build attachment and a strong foundation for brain development. Babies signal their most significant needs by crying. Prompt responses to crying are critically important, as is gradually learning what those cries mean. And the younger the baby, the more subtle the cues that babies have. And interestingly, I was walking the dog yesterday morning at 8 o'clock in the park, and I came across a mother and her baby in a buggy feeding the ducks. And it was a really good example of the baby demonstrating non-verbally what they liked and what they didn't like. So they were feeding the ducks, and the ducks were happily in the pond, splashing around, feeding the ducks. And then suddenly the ducks realized, oh, there's food here. So out they hop. So the baby was kind of, about 6 months, was holding onto the bars and leaning in, looking at the ducks on the water. But as soon as they came closer, he's going, oh, back. And that is actually quite typical. Babies will lean in when they are interested in something and kind of lean back. And you're saying, no, actually, that's enough. Okay, supporting babies' intentions. So just supporting their explorations. If they want to achieve, climbing the chair or getting to the other side of the room, making it somewhat easy for them, but supporting that engagement and letting them problem solve and giving them time. The emotional and physical presence is absolutely critical. And I have to say, in the time of COVID, I'm wondering what's happening in early childhood settings and the amount of cleaning that needs to be happening, because babies and young children need to be anchored by the emotional support of that adult that's going to actually be with them. That's what gives them the freedom to go and explore. But you need to be physically present with the baby. Okay, being an interesting companion. Trevarthen is very clear about the need for engaging in babies in very playful ways and interesting ways. And, all of you know about the importance, for example, of peekaboo, a much underrated experience that we all should engage in, because of course it's the beginning of communication. Okay, now, self-regulation through interactions is critically important, because it's through the interactions with the baby when they are distressed that children learn to self-soothe. So the adult helps to moderate the baby's stress, which of course, when you're a baby and you don't have the language to articulate how you're feeling, is completely overwhelming and flooding for the child. So the moderation of stress takes place within these dyads, this relationship between the educator and the child. So the secure attachment figure calms the babies down, and they're shifting arousal levels and helps to calm the baby, when the baby then learns ultimately to self-soothe. And as Stuart Shanker said, when we consider the situation from a baby's perspective, we must always think, why are we seeing this behavior? What are the causes for the stress? How can we mitigate the stress? And how can we support the child to regulate themselves? Well, I've got to the end. So in terms of my vision for early years education, I want there to be a societal understanding that those first 1,000 days really matter, and that what in early childhood education and care settings, what really matters is a slow relational pedagogy with babies. Okay, thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Geraldine, for that powerful and uplifting and inspiring presentation. It's always lovely to listen to you. And I suppose for me, the points you made there in relation to the physical care routines for our babies are, very important. And of course, the power of touch was very interesting. So thank you very much. So now we are ready to pose questions to our speakers. And I would like to introduce Dr. Annie Cummins, who's the Honorary Secretary of OMEP Ireland, and Dr. Frances Clerkin, who is Vice President of OMEP Ireland, and you've met Dr. Wendy O'Kane already. So we're going to start with, we have assigned one of our committee members to each speaker who will pose the questions to our speakers. So Wendy, we're going to start with you, and you're assigned to Professor Noreen Hayes.
And it's actually great to be asking Professor Noreen Hayes questions, because I received some questions by email as well. So I have about 20 to 30 questions to get through. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get through all of them, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
Your talk was amazing, and about 5 of those emails related to Inform, and then we have some of them in the question and answer box. So I was just wondering if you could maybe give a little bit more information, and also we on OMEP, one of the other questions was, can we send out some information on Inform? And of course, as long as Professor Noreen Hayes is happy for us to do that, we will do that.
Yeah, sure, Wendy. I actually routed out just a couple of things. I have a document which is kind of a 3 or 4 page document about Inform. You know, it's a very loose collection of people that are just trying to get things going, if you like. It's not, and perhaps what I'll do is I'll read you just a little brief about us and name us, because we're a tiny group, and you won't know everybody in it, I don't think, but people will know some people. And then I can send this document to maybe to Judith or to yourself, Wendy, and I'm very happy, and Inform is very happy for it to be circulated. So what we say is that we're a group of senior experienced professionals from a variety of areas, academic and practice, in early childhood education and care. We've come together to advocate for and assist in bringing about change in the early childhood system. In 2018, Inform was funded by the DCYA. This was actually a smaller group of Inform, but we were funded in any event to write a position paper articulating our concerns about the impact of government policy. And we did that, and that opened up a kind of a door of conversation. And then we didn't, I have to say, but I'm not sure that our thoughts were entirely embraced in the 2018 publication then of the strategy, but the conversation began, and that's really the important thing. And then in 2019, we hosted a kind of a group of people. We asked a specific group of people to come together to look at the development of a professional body. That led to a number of things, which then sort of, you know, moved into other things. So we're regrouping on that a little bit, and there'll be more information about that into the future. We don't have funding for that or anything at the minute. We're just kind of exploring, and what would it look like, and that kind of thing. And we'll be engaging with as many people as are interested in engaging in that regard. And then what we say is we've no mandate, we don't represent or speak on behalf of any organisation or interest group, and we're not a formal group. Our different backgrounds, experiences and contributions bring a mix of knowledge and understanding to inform our ideas. And the people who are in it are, I know who it is. It's myself, Jenny Bernard, Matthias Urban, Emma Byrne-McNamee, Winifred Jeffers, and Colette Murray. And we are the people who used to come together at coffee and say, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? So I'll send that document immediately after, at lunchtime. I can send it at lunchtime.
Perfect. That gives us a really great overview. And the names you just listed are, you know, we all know who they are. So I'm sure more people will be knocking down your door to.
That's because we're ancient. We did have a different name. I mean, it wasn't Inform at the beginning. It had a very negative kind of ageist name.
So yeah, thanks very much for that. And I'll just go through some of the other questions. So specifically from Jennifer O'Leary, she asks, hi Noreen, what do you think of the term ELC, which is used in the first 5?
I'm very critical of it, and I actually wrote a position paper on it, and I'm very happy for that to be shared as well. I think language matters, and I think with early childhood, not to go into a big long page, but with early childhood education and care, you can talk about early childhood educators, you can talk about caring, about educating. Early learning and care, the professionals aren't, you know, I mean, they're learning, but that's not what early learning is about. Quality early childhood education and care provides early learning environments where young children learn. I was very critical and continue to be critical of it. Maybe other people know, I don't know, I've no idea where it, as it were, emerged from. I know it's used in the Scottish, in some of the Scottish policies, but it's against a backdrop of a professional identity for people who are providing early learning and care. So,
yeah.
But I can, again, if you want, I can send that paper as well.
Yeah, that would be great actually, because I think it would give like really good insights.
Sure, yeah. I'm very happy to talk with people about it and expand on it.
And I think just piggyback off of that as well, we have another question from Fiona O'Neill, and it was in relation again to ELC, but specifically with regards to a solution. So she asks, how can we as practitioners own early childhood education and care when the government changes our name to Early Learning and Care, ELC, Sessional Preschool Scheme?
I think that's where a thing like a professional body comes in. I mean, I think really you have to have a cohesive identity which is recognized at a societal level. I mean, the public, you know, don't have a concept of early childhood education or early learning care. Childcare is what they hear, and that's fine at a public level. But there is an awareness raising needed so that people recognize that I mean, as Ger so wonderfully pointed out, I mean, the knowledge and skills required to actually work professionally with children who are spending extensive periods of time in contact with early childhood educators. Those skills need to be recognized as the professional skills they are. And so I think one of the strongest things we can do is support a professional body of practice. You know, just what do quality professionals do in early childhood education. And then it's going to take time, of course, and you have to recognize different levels of competence, different levels of understanding, and we have to look at the different roles and create a profession that has a career path and that values the knowledge and skills that people working in the, and I mean, you only have to look at the number of people who take courses and who take more courses and more courses. I mean, it's a sector which is deeply committed to developing knowledge and skill.
Yeah,
Sorry, Wendy, some people are having trouble hearing you. So if you can, maybe, yes, thank you. We can't hear you. You're mute.
Speak a bit louder.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll try to speak a bit louder anyway. So yeah, I was just saying, yeah, another great response again from Noreen. And again, just like building up on that, Caroline McDonnell, it's almost like the questions are now planned, but just to what you were saying there, she again says, Noreen, thank you. And she says, you've been talking about a fragmented ECEC system for as long as I can remember. But she then says, what will it take in here and now to piece it all together and have a component system for children, about children and for the good of children? She then says, we must demand the term ECEC be reinstated.
Yeah, I first really made the case about a fragmented system back in 1995. To some extent, that led on then to the move towards establishing the Centre for Early Childhood Development and Education, and we used that term because we were a bit careful around terminology at the time, and the ECEC hadn't consolidated when we began, but that agency, that the Centre for Early Childhood Development and Education, CECD, Development and Care, was a partnership between the DIT and St. Pat's, as was St. Pat's then. And we were really bringing together the sector. We were developing, we were involved in the development of Shielta. We had began to grow research. We got funding for research scholarships. We were getting the terminology out there, and we were being listened to. And then the crash came. And in 2008, and actually since 2008, you know, there's been a hiatus, and lots of things have popped up, all, you know, very laudably informed and trying to get to move, but there hasn't been a kind of a space to bring it all together. I'm hopeful that we're maybe, I mean, you know, OMEP could be a very powerful agent in actually bringing this together. I'm hoping that like we're all getting older, but that we kickstart something that will kind of grow. And I know that can be done. I mean, we saw CECD get up and grow and develop and really consolidate well. We've seen the Children's Rights Alliance kind of come from an idea and emerge out and become something big. So it can be done. And I think maybe COVID, the value of COVID has been that I think out there is in the public mind a kind of an awareness about the importance of early childhood. I do think that it's a moment.
Yeah, as you're saying, yeah, it's definitely a moment. I mean, it's a bit sad that it took a pandemic for the importance and the, you know, the essential work that early childhood educators do. But, you know, we have our moment, and, you know, as you say, we can definitely, I mean, whether, you know, it's all of the organizations, OMEP, Inform, and working together. And just building on that, Teresa Heaney asks, hi Noreen, thanks for your provocative lecture. She says, a statutory agency, Childcare Ireland, is envisaged in the programme for government. How can it best support the professionalisation agenda?
Yeah, it's funny when you were talking, Wendy, and giving a response to my response. One thing I thought about, and it's pertinent to this question, Teresa, hi, is that at a government level and at a policy level, the talk is all about parents and providers at the moment. It's not about children. And actually, if we're going to get transformation and buy-in, we need to talk about children because as I said, I mean, they are directly involved, and the professionals are directly involved. Parents are tangentially involved. They're indirectly involved, actually, in the whole thing. And so we need to get children on the agenda. And so in answer to Teresa's question, I mean, my recollection of Teresa, it's a bit off the hop, but my recollection is that in the programme for government, there was a statement about a child, I think was a Childcare Ireland they talked about. Now that came post the First Five document, the strategy, which doesn't have a reference to an agency. So I don't know what the partnership is between what the government is saying and what the departments are saying in relation to this idea of an agency or Childcare Ireland. The concern I would have, and this is because I do remember this, when I looked at the programme for government, my concern was that it was very much about a parent focus and a provider focus, and about regulation. And so I think the professional body is something completely different, and I would be interested to see what a childcare agency might mean. And of course, the very use of the term childcare means it's going to be covering from up to age 12 and sort of 13. So
I could ask you questions all day, but we have other speakers. I only have one more question just based on what you had just said there. So can you talk a bit more about the fragmentation in early child education and care? You know, so we have a lot of different documents. We have now, you know, ELC. Some people are still using ECEC. Some people are using childcare. You know, what are the steps moving forward? Like, what is the vision? How can we unify?
A long time ago, there was fragmentation in other areas. And one of the things that happened was that responsibility for getting over that at a policy level was resolved. It was to do with equality, and it was in the Rainbow government, which some of you might remember back in the 90s. It was brought in under the Department of the Taoiseach. Basically, what we need is leadership. And we need leadership that actually brings departments together, because there's interdepartmental different agendas and doing different things. And so there's the Department of Children and Youth Affairs, or its current name, and the Department of Education, for example, together. They actually need to come together, as they ought to have done, for example, in relation to the inspection system. I mean, that was a classic example of potential which wasn't capitalized on. But there's also intra-departmental fragmentation within departments. There are units dealing with this who mightn't know about what that unit is doing, it seems. So fragmentation is because there isn't a vision. And the strategy didn't give us a vision for early childhood education and care. And so we need a vision. And we need to work to a vision. And maybe it's the likes of OMEP and Inform and so forth that come together to articulate a vision, building on what we know from research and from evidence about what is best for children. And that will be best for parents and for society, but it most of all must be best for children. And that includes children under 3. Really, you know, there are a lot of them in this new, what I'm calling a new microsystem of early childhood.
Look, absolutely fantastic. And that's exactly what we need, is a vision and people coming together. I'm going to stop talking now, because otherwise we'll just keep going, and I'll go back to Judith, who will introduce the next speaker. Thank you, Noreen.
Thank you.
Noreen, thank you very much for answering those questions so well. And we're now moving on to our to Dr. Annie Cummins, who's going to pose questions to Aoife Nolan. But before, I just want to make the point that there will be a recording of this whole day available on the OMEP Ireland website. I know that some of you have been asking. So Annie, over to you.
Hi, Professor Nolan. It's always a pleasure to hear you speak. I know we will be thinking about this, if not for days, even weeks, what you covered in your presentation, which is great. And it was great to see that you situated that balance between ECEC workers' rights and also that of children. So just drawing on that, there's a number of questions that's come in, wondering, so just the first one in relation to when you think about the wages, that ECEC workers are given, and so do you think the poverty wages of ECEC teachers delivering this vital public service means that our state, given they are significant funders and makers of these rules, is in breach of the UN Commission of Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, and which articles in particular?
So I think it's a very interesting question. The key provisions that you would talk about there would be Article 6 and 7 about the right to work, and basically, and then Article 7, which focuses more on working conditions and talks about remuneration. It's quite challenging. I think one of the things, the committee doesn't turn around and say there is this baseline wage that must be paid to a certain kind of worker by the state. But if you can make a strong argument that the wages are so low as to be inadequate in terms of sustaining the people doing this work, if you can make an argument that that the low wages disproportionately affect a societal sector like women, who I think do the heavy lifting in a particular sector, then there's a non-discrimination angle as well that comes in. And I think so that would be Article 2. Forgive the technical legal element, but I think I was asked of the provision. So Article 2 of the International Covenant talks about non-discrimination and enjoyment of rights, including the right to work and the right to fair remuneration, which is under Article 7. And then finally, there's a right to equal enjoyment of rights by men and women. And that's going to include issues around wages. And it's more tricky where you don't have men in the sector being paid more. But if you have a profession that is dominated by women that is significantly underpaid, there's clearly an argument that can be made based on the covenant. I don't want to talk too much about the technical legal detail of it, but I'm very happy if people want to follow up with me by email. There's certainly a case to be made, and I'm happy to work around that if that's useful.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when you think about the number of people leaving the sector every year because of the wages not being sustaining their standard of living. I think you might have some follow-up on that as well. So just to move on to the next question. So in Ireland, public health recommends wearing masks when social distancing cannot be maintained, except when working with young children. So do you think it is appropriate for public health guidance to make this right breach decision, or should it be a decision of the state?
So I think it's a little bit complicated because I'm not sure which is the body that provides that guidance. It may well be based in regulation, in which case it's a state output and the public health guidance is based on that. So I find it challenging to respond. But ultimately the state is leaving aside who is making the decision, whether it's state or a public-private body or whatever, it is ultimately the state that has the responsibility to ensure that the rights under human rights law are given effect to. So whatever happens, the state has to ensure that whichever body it decides is going to be doing public health advice, it has to do, the output of that body has to comply with the state's obligation to ensure that you've a right to safe and healthy work conditions. So the state can't just say, oh, well, we're outsourcing this to someone else. Ultimately, the state is the one who has to answer for the failure to, for inadequate provision with regards to wearing, masks or provision of PPE. Does that? Perhaps unsatisfactory, but I don't want to get involved in the complexity of it, but the key thing is the state remains the key duty bearer.
Okay, thank you. There is just a question there on the rights of the undergraduate ECEC student and who are expected to undertake placement as part of their degree. Some of them are in vulnerable positions themselves with family or their own health as well. So what impact that might have on their rights? And I know it might be different across institutions, what practices there have been put in place well. So maybe you'd like to talk about that?
I think it's ultimately you have a situation where if you have a right to education and the right to you've a right to where you have a right to third level education, you have to enjoy that on an equal basis with other groups. And it is, if you have a requirement of placement that is problematic for someone who has a particular health status or health condition, you know, and I'm going to treat vulnerability as such a thing, or, you know, has a family member with it, then there is a possibility that a requirement of a placement is discrimination. However, it's a delicate one, because if the placement is fundamental to giving effect to the right to education or your fitness for professional practice, that will come into play as well. And so I can't give you a straight up answer. There's clearly rights issues at play, but it is possible that the limitations in that situation might be deemed permissible. It really will come down to the facts in front of you. Because it depends on how said, you know, for instance, given that we could turn around and say, well, if the person doesn't do a placement, they would, without a placement, they would get a qualification saying that reflects them having certain experience, but their lack of experience poses a risk to, say, the children they're working with, then that in turn has knock-on rights implications. So it's not a case of saying you have a health condition that automatically means you don't have to do a placement, because to require you to do so is, you know, discriminates against you. It's quite complex and nuanced. A lot of it would depend on the course. It would depend on the university's attitude. And the requirements involved. And I would have thought that if someone was worried about that, it's not necessarily a human rights body, but university regulators generally have stuff to say about that kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
But there is a human rights argument, it's just a complex one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And just finally, someone wants to just hone in on in relation to the rights of play, and I think you could extend that to the rights of education as well. So in relation to the most vulnerable, and what would be our starting point in ensuring that those rights are maintained?
To be honest with you, I'm not starting point in terms of what, in terms of COVID or?
Yeah, sorry, in relation to COVID. So a lot of, as we know, like a lot of, you know, their playgrounds would have been closed down.
Yeah.
People not having access to outdoor spaces. So yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think I don't want to hold forth on the right to play, because there's an awful lot of stuff out there, and I link it into the public chat. People who've really thought about this in great detail. I mean, an obvious violation of the right to play is where a limitation is put in place that isn't necessary from a public health perspective. Okay, so for instance, the fact that we know, and again, I'm not a public health expert, but we have information that while you might get rid of soft play, which is all about contact and inside and whatever, risk of transmission is much lower outside. So really what human rights or children's rights or the right to play requires there is about looking and seeing whether the state is doing all that it can in the context of a public health risk to give effect to the right to play, to do the best that it can, bearing in mind public health factors. But what I'll do is I'll very quickly put some links in the chat here of people who I think would be helpful and help the person who's interested in that issue.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much. I just pass back to Judith. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Aoife, and thank you, Annie. So now it's time to introduce Dr. Frances Clerkin, who is the VP of OMEP Ireland, and she's going to pose questions to Dr. Geraldine French. Are you there, Frances? She is.
Yes, I'm sorry, I just lost the connection there for a second. Hopefully it'll stay. Okay.
Hello.
My lucky day.
Yes, yeah, it's your lucky day. Frances, you're coming and going there.
Maybe she puts it into the chat.
Yeah, or we can get maybe Wendy or Annie to step in.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can. Yeah.
Great. I'll keep going. So thank you, Geraldine, for that wonderful talk. And we've huge response to it. The questions are around three main areas, so I'll try and put them together. Firstly, I just really loved it myself how you sort of emphasized that while young babies are so vulnerable, the huge development and potential in the first 3 years of life, and you know the references to the wonderful Alison Gopnik as well there. So I'll start off with a question, and a few people asked similar type question, and this is from my colleague Marion Quinn. She says, thanks very much, Ger. In Ireland, the policy emphasis in ECEC has been on children from 3+. What is your vision for babies and toddlers from a policy perspective?
Well, this is one of the unintended policy consequences. Ultimately, because there's a higher cap rotation for those who have degrees who are working with in the ECHI scheme, another, different terminology. But that, because of that, it means that babies who we know have got actually are the most vulnerable and require technically the most qualified people are being left with the least qualified people.
Yes.
And I absolutely abhor that. Really, my vision is that every child, I mean, if I'm a baby, this gets me all the time. Why do I not have the right to have an educated person, just as I would if I was 6, 7, 10, or 18? It just does not make sense to me. And it's been a long time coming in terms of qualifications. And even in the current first 5, they're saying, a 60% graduate-led workforce. No, I know people will disagree with me. I think it should be 100%. I don't think that that's ambitious enough. Like, you wouldn't dream of sending a child to primary school if it wasn't a qualified teacher. Why should it be any different? We're part of a continuum, birth to lifelong learning, when you think about it. Oh, no, it's one of those issues. Thanks, Marion. That got me going.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Ger, and this is something that came up when I was doing my master's, and Noreen was my supervisor, that the older the child in this country, the more worthy of investment they seem to be. That we put so little investment into the most important stage of life. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And then the next area that people were looking at, I'll summarize it here in a question from Heino Schanfield. He says, "Hi Geraldine, I wonder whether you could say a bit more about the issues around attachment, particularly the difference and ambiguity between parental and professional attachment."
Hi, Heino. Great to see you, or at least hear from you, and that you're here still very much involved in early childhood, even though you've moved on in your professional life. Attachments are very important. And the reality is that we do know that children can attach to a lot of people, and that there isn't a problem with that. Personally, there is, and in fact, I think in some of the Australian work, I've seen the idea of professional love.
Yes.
And that it's perfectly, absolutely fine for children to attach to somebody in a childcare setting. Now, as somebody who actually back in the day, I did have my own early childhood setting, it was a very difficult time. If a baby, particularly when you have very young children, and there can be a tension between the parent and the provider, because both are anxious. The parent is anxious that the child might attach to the provider, and vice versa, in the sense that the provider doesn't want to upset the parent in terms of that attachment. But no, you can never, attachment really, how is that supported? It's all through this responsive practice. It's through holding the baby. It's through meeting the baby's needs. And you can never, ever, ever hold a baby too much or spoil a baby. That's just complete and utter nonsense. So I have no problems with the idea of, children becoming attached to an early childhood educator as much as they would to anyone else. So, they learn through that. In fact, surely the more, if you have lots of attachments, and I mean secure attachments, I don't mean the random, like there was some study done in England where they had the number of people, different people changing one child's nappy in a day was just phenomenal. Yeah. And I don't believe that should ever happen. But if you think about it, the fact that you can form attachments means that you yourselves then, as growing and developing, are able to form relationships, later with peers and friends and as adults. So it can only be for the best, in my view.
Yes, I again couldn't agree with you more, and that they shouldn't, those different types of love, whether it's through the mother or through the ECEC educator, that it can, they shouldn't be in competition with each other, that it's just all loving stuff. Can you hear me there, folks? I thought I lost the sound a little bit there. Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Thank you. I'm just worried because my connection seems to be a little bit unstable. And there were a few questions, Geraldine, on slow relational pedagogy. Here's one. Hi, Ger, wonderful presentation. This is from Sharon Byrne. Can you talk more about the structural factors that would support slow relational pedagogy, both at a setting level and a policy level?
Ratios, Sharon, and hello, my goodness, this is, that's very interesting now. Two past Bernardo friends, or current Bernardo friends. It's great to talk to you. Yeah, it's ratios. And don't forget that our regulations actually are, they're, what's the word, minimal, but you know, minimal.
Minimal.
So the more ratio, the greater the ratio, in the sense that the fewer children to the key worker, then the better. That's one thing. So you need to have more staff. We need to invest, of course, critically, a huge amount more money, so that within the, say, your typical early childhood setting, that there are the opportunities for a large number of staff. I mean, that's the bottom line. The other element, I think it's, you know, if everything in terms of structural is back, everything actually comes back also to pay and conditions. Because if you've got a content, and one of the other worries that we have here is the turnover of staff. And I saw some statistics somewhere that said that for those who have degrees, the turnover is something like 47%. So that's practically half of qualified people leaving the sector because they're going on to better paid jobs in, it can be actually Lidl or Aldi, and they get really good in-service training as well. And I mean, you know, Noreen's point earlier about the hunger and thirst in early childhood sector for continuing professional development is just enormous, but they have to pay for it themselves. So the slow pedagogy, it requires continued professional development. It requires to be implemented in degree programs. So that needs to be in place. And then in order to maintain the kind of relational piece with a key person and a baby, well, then that key person needs to be very well paid. And again, you know, you're back to early childhood education being, it's the parity of esteem with every other level of education.
Yes, absolutely, Geraldine. And I think we need to prioritise that investment in the early years hugely. And can I just pose one more question? It was in relation to outdoor learning, and you mentioned the importance of that. And that's something I'm very interested in myself, and I deliver a module on outdoor learning. So what do you think are the challenges in relation to outdoor learning in Ireland?
Oh, I mean, the weather just gets me, you know, for God's sake.
Me too.
I mean, the weather, in the sense that, you know, the Norwegian thing, there's no such thing as bad weather.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, and I know I've had this argument with lots of people who will say, but the weather in Norway is, you know, crisp and clear and
rubbish.
The weather, exactly, the weather in Ireland is wet. Actually, when you think about it, look at today. We have had the most fantastic weather for the last while. And, you know, I think that I've got to get terribly distracted. I'd love to read all the stuff that's been said in the chat that pops up.
Yes.
So have a look at that later.
Do.
But the point about babies need to be outdoors.
They do.
Actually, you know, here's the thing for COVID. I don't know whether if I'm unusual, but I think people are using the outdoors so much more than they ever did before. You go into any parks and they're filled with families. And, you know, I am much more conscious of children being around, because the little park that I mentioned, the Little Gardens, is very tiny little park. And, you know, there isn't that much space. And actually, I quite often am finding myself negotiating around people, which wasn't happening before. So we just, why is that? Because it's a healthier, safer place to be. So if it's a healthier, safer place to be for us as adults, of course it must be a healthier, safer place for children to be outside. And we all know children's behavior is actually much better outside because they're not so confined. Well, providing, of course, they got a decent amount of space. And babies, this is the problem. I mean, babies need outside. They need. I know there's concerns over safety and all of that, but surely we must be able to make proper spaces that babies get equal access to the outdoors. Actually, I think my vision for an early childhood setting is a circular building that's glass all the way around, and every single room has its own gorgeous, like, out access garden, so that babies in fact could move in and out and in and out, that there's no difference. I remember seeing a picture of a place in Holland, and wait for this, I know I don't have pictures, I have to try and describe it to you. On the inside of the building was a slide with a bridge. So for children, there's slides and steps on both sides. Sorry, there's a slide and a step. So in one instance, you had to climb up the steps, and was quite high, wooden structure. You walked through a bridge, and through the bridge on the other side was, quite a big wide slide that brought you down outside.
Wonderful.
Just the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
So you just would love those kind of continual indoor-outdoor spaces for children, and the freedom to move.
Thank you, Geraldine. That you're a woman after my own heart. I just couldn't agree with you more. And it was lovely to hear you talk so enthusiastically about the outdoors and how important our adult attitudes to being outdoors are. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I just can't believe how lucky we are to have these three incredible speakers with us this morning. The discussion has been amazing. So thank you so much. And now it's time for us to have a little break. I think we're running a little bit behind time. So maybe if we come back, Wendy, what do you suggest? Is Wendy there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, maybe if you come back, maybe like 5 minutes early.
Okay, so was that 10 past? That gives us 5 minutes to grab a coffee. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, but again, I would just like to sincerely thank our three speakers. I know without a doubt that their messages are going to resonate with us long after today. So sincere thanks, and we'll see you all back here at, is it 20 past, or would that be okay?
Yeah, 20 past.
20 past.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a million. Welcome back, everyone.
We are out here.
So I don't know if I have got the go-ahead from Wendy to start.
Yeah, you can start.
Thank you. Hello, Fiona.
Hi there.
How are you? You're very welcome.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think we're 5 minutes behind time, Fiona. So that's
No
what
worries at all.
the delay was. We had a very interesting conversation, particularly during question time. So it was too good to stop. So I hope
Absolutely. No, I was tuned into some of it. It was fantastic.
Great. So I hope everyone has had some refreshments of some sort, particularly our speakers. So we will start. So I can't believe it's session 2 already. Where did the morning go to? So a big welcome to our 3 speakers for session 2. And again, these 3 speakers have donated their time and their passion and their expertise to present today. So we really are delighted that they are here. And our first speaker today is Professor Fiona Carney. And Professor Carney has curated numerous exhibitions in Ireland and internationally, with particular emphasis on how contemporary art practice relates to research directions within the academic context. Throughout her academic and professional career, Professor Carney has received several distinguished awards, and from 2009 to 2014, she served as a member of the Arts Council of Ireland and is currently a board member of the Irish Architecture Foundation, Visual Carlow, and Cork Midsummer Festival. So a big round of applause for Professor Fiona Carney. Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you so much, Judith, and particularly to Annie for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here, even if I am here in my own house. Can everyone see the slides? Can I just check that you can see that
perfectly.
Slide? Yeah.
Yes.
So what I thought I would do today is just look at some of the work that the Glucksman has been doing over the last number of years in terms of engaging with young people, and with the kind of very clear goal of trying to empower all ages, so really whether that's a baby right through to our own 3rd level students, to have a kind of a confidence towards self-expression that ultimately, as I hope you'll see from the presentation today, becomes a space of advocacy for those young people themselves. So what I'm going to look at is some of the ways in which we've collectively brought young people together, a very specific case study looking at some of the work that we've done with young refugees, asylum seekers and migrants, and then how that work became a kind of an agency action where their voices and views could be seen in the public realm. And then I just thought I would quickly reflect a little bit on how we have had to respond to the challenges of COVID in the museum. So over the last number of years, we have done workshops with all ages, from early years to primary, 2nd and 3rd level. But for the last 5 years, what we have been doing is bringing together those creative outputs that the children have made into a joint exhibition. And the reason for this is primarily to celebrate the children themselves, so to give them a sense that they can take over the museum and be in the main gallery spaces, not just in a kind of a side hall or something else, but that they can truly occupy the kind of beautiful areas of the Glucksman with their own work. But also increasingly what we found was that it provided an extraordinary moment of comparative reflection, which enabled us as educators to think about the different ways in which children respond to very, very large issues. And we've challenged them by trying to have exhibitions that deal with things such as here, the big picture, which looked at kind of ideas of adventure and travel. Going on to the theme that we did, it was called Monsters in the Museum, which was very much asking them to reflect on ideas of identity and transformation. And in order to do that, we're working with, primarily maybe through schools networks, some with our early years groups that come into us, and also in a very focused way with some of the communities that we work with. So for instance, with the traveller community, in order for them to be able to fully participate in the workshop, workshops, we had to kind of close the museum because they didn't feel ready yet to kind of fully participate in a way where they were going to have other children there. So what we tried to do is modulate to the requirements of the community in different way. But always with that end goal of trying to have people feel like they belong in our spaces, and that their work, the work that they kind of invest their time and creativity into producing, becomes that point of celebration, and indeed goes on to become a way for us to really get an insight into what they're thinking. And most recently, last year, we partnered with Cork Chamber, who were celebrating 200 years of business activity in the city. And we asked them if we could actually pose a question to the young people of Cork about what would Cork look like in the next 200 years. And that the extraordinary responses that the young people came up with was showcased in the exhibition. But Chamber themselves were so interested in these responses that they started to share them with other very important key stakeholders across the city. Because, for instance, one of the interesting things that came from very young children was they weren't a bit afraid of having high spaces in the city, like as long as there was much more green areas for them to play in. And another very beautiful thing that came out of our work with the traveller community in that exhibition was that in reflecting on where young people wanted to live in 200 years, we noticed that the traveller children had expressed everything in terms of moving or mobile spaces. Now, they were fantastical because they were these kind of ships that were floating in midair, or they were spaces, they were kind of wonderful kind of underwater areas that were going to equally clean out our rivers as they were moving along. But it gave us that opportunity to reflect on tradition as expressed by those children, of what was meaningful to them in their own sense of identity and place. And then showcasing it in the museum space allows us to kind of share it in that way that we hope can influence beyond that. And really it is about bringing together all those different age groups into the one space around one theme. One of the reasons that we began this is because of the work that we were doing with young refugees and asylum seekers. And this work really began in a very personal way, because about 6 years ago now, a colleague of mine, Mike Fitzpatrick, sent around an email to all UCC staff with this image attached, looking for donations to host a party for children living in direct provision. To be honest, I didn't really know anything about direct provision at that point, but I was absolutely gutted by this image. It shook me to my core, because if you look at it, it is the most incredibly creative, beautiful expression, but articulating something that no child should have to articulate. And I contacted Mike. He sent me on some of the other images that have been there. You can see this: I am so sad, I want to be free, I want to be free. Or I hate hotel, a stupid hotel. So we began to work with Mike and Jackie and other colleagues in the university to see how we might develop a specific program for these young people. And it took us a while, and we're still trying to, work on how to get it right. But eventually we managed to get funding to be able to bring the young people on campus. And one of the things that I suppose kind of really struck us about those first sets of workshops was that we'd figured out how to, pay for the transport. We knew that they needed food, that there were many things that we had to enable in order for them to be relaxed enough to be creative in our spaces. But when they arrived on that first day, all they wanted to do, for those of you that know the Glucksman, we are situated in the beautiful setting of the lower grounds with this massive green space surrounding the museum. And of course, they got off their buses and all they wanted to do was run around in the green space. And of course, that was absolutely okay. And we realized that maybe bringing them into a kind of small workshop space to do creative activities wasn't going to be the best way to enable this particular group of young people to really explore and be creative. So over the next while, we developed programs that they could do outdoors, and we partnered with scouting groups and brownie groups across Cork City so that there would be a kind of a level of integration possible for those young children who in the main are living in these very segregated, isolated direct provision centres. And this really, we saw just an utter transformation in the way that those young people were able to engage with us. Critically, of course, we still focused on the opportunities to bring them back into the museum, to display their work and to celebrate it, so that their families, young as well as their parents and their wider families, could celebrate and be acknowledged, but also so that not only our university audience, but a public audience could see and ensure a visibility for this work by this particular community. And that extends to enabling the young people to speak and, I suppose, to articulate for themselves what they want to see and what they want to do. So as they move up the programs with us and become older, we have a program that we have done most recently with a group of young teenagers, where they come into the museum and they really establish for themselves what they want to achieve. And it's our job then to enable that, so that beyond creating the safe space, which is so important for the early years and younger people, now it's about really tuning into what these young people might want to achieve. And very often that is about expressing themselves in the public domain, enabling them to reach a kind of a wider audience for the many critical questions they have for us as a society. And most recently, even in COVID times, we were able to do this by partnering with the City Council, who are absolutely fantastic, and gave us a number of public spaces where the work that the young people developed was able to be displayed. As you can see here on Curls Quay in Cork City, and wonderfully on the facade of the Cork City Library, so that even throughout COVID, there was this possibility, as the museum was closed, for a kind of a safe distance viewing of their work. And in fact, it gave an even greater visibility to these young people, because it brought an engagement with people that mightn't come to the Glucksman at all, and really started to kind of pose questions for the young people about kind of the kind of engagement that they might have going forward. And indeed, you know, wonderfully got a kind of a very strong platform within the media. So those kind of twin aims of enabling the process itself, which is the most important thing, enabling the creative engagement, but then looking beyond that to see how we can use the outcomes of that engagement to platform and advocate for the young people themselves. And I think one of the projects that we did with them was a film that was premiered at Indie Cork, and the young people had a Q&A afterwards, and we were all, you know, completely struck by this quote where one of the young participants said that the Glucksman has become home to me, a place where you can come and express yourself. Now, in 2019, when she made this observation, that felt to me like we had really achieved something, that we had achieved our goal of making the museum feel like a place that belonged to them. But the moment that we went into lockdown in March, it became a terrifying idea, because suddenly those communities that we were working with, and quite specifically the traveller community, the families that we work with in homeless hubs, and our young refugees and asylum seekers, were in spaces that we knew did not enable their creativity, and that we knew were not going to be conducive to them being able to laugh, play, and express themselves in that way that we know is so important for their mental well-being. So we tried to think about how we could help them as the gallery was closed. So we sent out creative packs to all the all our different communities, to 1,800 children across Cork City, so that they would have the materials to engage with our Creativity at Home program, which is the program that we developed to engage with our audiences as we were all in lockdown. And partly that was because at the moment in the gallery where we're closed again, we have this wonderful exhibition which celebrates children's rights, and picking up on one of the presentations earlier, the huge importance of advocating for rights within an early years context. And so as the museum was closed, we wanted to find ways in which we could share these wonderful artworks and ideas, but encourage play and engagement in the most simple way, kind of from the kitchen table at home. And this beautiful image by Mary Murphy, I think, picks up on so many of the ideas that were discussed earlier here this morning, because you see here in one of the themes in the Convention of the Rights of the Child, the right to family and self-identity, here the young bear mark making, that importance that we heard of about touch and kind of mimesis, and how we learn from a kind of an embodied present important person, moving on to then that role to steer the child to start to express for themselves as they begin to make their own marks, and that will happen in playful ways, as you can see with the green footprints on the floor, not always happening on the wall, to the point where hopefully then this little young bear on the far right becomes able to kind of make his own mark without as much assistance. So we wanted to share that, and we did this by releasing a set of activities on a daily basis that are still up on our website called Creativity at Home. And I'm just going to play you, just to give you a sense very quickly. So there were a couple of things that were critical about us about those short films. One is that they exist beyond language, which is for us one of the kind of core strengths of the area of the visual, particularly in early years, so that you don't need language to look at and how you might make that kind of mark making or some kind of printmaking for yourself. We did accompany them with these PDFs that you could download, which kind of gave instructions to kind of carers and families and people to help guide the young people. And then we invited them to share the responses with us online. And we had the most extraordinary engagement from young people. We expected, hopefully, from our own audiences in Cork and in Ireland, but eventually they started coming in from around the world as lockdowns happened in so many different places. And it was fascinating to see how the films were able to reach audiences where kind of English mightn't be the primary language, but enabled people to kind of communicate and share in this kind of global experience of the pandemic. So when we were able to open again in July for a brief period of time, we felt it was really important to showcase those back into the museum, keeping up that spirit of the museum being a space for young people to express and present their own work. And wonderfully, many of the young people came to visit to see their own works projected onto this wall where we showed the images that they had shared with us during the pandemic. So now what we're thinking about is how we can develop that, because obviously within this lockdown, you know, children are back at school, but we're not able to host the kind of many kind of visits from schools, early year groups and second level students that we would host in kind of normal times. So we're building on an idea that we developed about 2 years ago, which was to enable rural schools who wouldn't have a tradition of kind of being able to visit the museum to experience artworks themselves by lending the artwork out to the school. And here you can see the artist Fiona Kelly in a school context. And indeed the artwork as it was shown, I have to say, like, I took a real sharp intake of breath, because it's not how you imagine an artwork being presented in a museum, but that kind of glorious ownership again that you see of the artwork and of the children as they kind of start to learn to live and see the work every day and get to engage with it is really important. So what we're doing now is we're developing toolkits for educators to use in a classroom setting, and we will send out works from our collection alongside these toolkits, so that even though we can't for the moment welcome large groups to the museum, we can still share and hopefully encourage that kind of exhilarating experience of looking at art, and from looking at that art, really learning to think about how you might kind of create and express yourselves. And we have an awful lot of that up on our website. I just wanted to finish by just kind of reflecting on the fact that this exhibition that we have, Viewpoints, will tour out to schools and to community centres and to direct provision centres over the next couple of weeks and months. We're very fortunate to have received funding from the Arts Council of Ireland to bring this work directly out with supported workshops. And that's very important because, for instance, in Mill Street, one of the direct provision centres that we work with, the CASI workers there has described the Glucksman as a big light in a dark life, that there is very, very little for these children to look forward to. So it is really important that we find ways to continue and bring our work out to them, even if that is not the most ideal way that we know that it makes for them. This beautiful image by the artist Chris Judge is reflecting on the theme of refugees and asylum seekers. And one of the things that we have found from our own engagement with very, very young children is that they are able to really understand and get involved with some of the very serious ideas that are in this image. So it's very important, I think, you know, as well, not to deny that complexity that early years engagement can have, because I think that children very, very early understand hurt and understand community and understand togetherness and a lot of things that, you know, are kind of bigger ideas than when those come into play in an image like this. So I think it is something that I kind of wanted to really stress, is that idea of how you might look at this image when you're a very, very young child, like, you know, kind of a year or 2 years, and just notice the beautiful colors. And then at 3 or 4, you might notice and begin to engage with what's going on and what does it mean that all the children are in a boat without an adult. And then you get on, you know, to a much maybe more involved discussion with older children who begin to realize maybe the kind of global contexts and crises that might have actually created the context for such an image. And it brings me back to one of my favorite quotes that we ever had from one of our young participants, which is that now I can really see that vision and seeing is an ongoing process. And that one of the great roles that we have in the Glucksman is to enable and support that learning. And that even in COVID times, I hope that we can find ways to continue that work, even if what we're all really looking forward to is this glorious idea of everyone being back in the museum and learning through the embodied experience of being in front of a work of art. Thank you.
Fiona, sincere thanks for that. I think we are all blown away by your powerful images and your fantastic presentation. And it's really evident that the space is celebrating the children themselves. And as you said, enabling the process and enabling the engagement. So Fiona, at the end, we will pose you some questions at the end of the session, but thank you sincerely for that truly fantastic presentation. So now we're moving on to our second speaker, and it's Mr. Aaron Towers. So Aaron, you're very welcome today to OMEP Ireland. And Aaron Towers is the Director of the Arts in Education organisation Head, Heart and Hands Limited, or He Ha Ha for short. I've been dying to say that, or www.hehaha.org. One of the company's programmes is Mucky Boots, a forest school initiative that runs camps, family days and regular sessions for national school in the city centre. They have a haven of trees hidden in a UCC campus in the middle of the city. Aaron is also on the board and a performer with the charity Clowns Without Borders Ireland, a humanitarian charity that visits families in direct provision centres and tours refugee settlements internationally. Their motto is, no child without a smile. Aaron will speak of experiences through his work that have highlighted the power of creative, open-ended play to advance learning, social skills, and to heal. Thank you, Aaron.
Great. Thanks, Judith.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. And that was quite an amazing thing to listen to just there from the Glucksman and Fiona. Amazing stuff. Now, I just want to say before I get going here that I am not used to talking about myself and my work. I'm not a lecturer or a teacher or a trainer. So I'm not sure if I can talk about myself for 20 minutes. You never know, I might surprise myself. But I will keep an eye on the chat for that reason. For if there's any questions that come up or clarifications, please feel free to put something informal in the chat, and then I know there's question and answers also as an option for at the end. So what I intend to do is to use the examples of what I do with Forest School and also through the organisation Clowns Without Borders to maybe look at what I think of is really to do when we talk about play and encouraging play, the value of it, and that it isn't just about providing things, providing a game or toys or things, but the actual state of play, and not in all our stresses of scheduling and planning and worrying about health and safety and inspectors and expectations of curriculum and parents, that we lose sight of the goal of realizing creativity and finding ways to inspire imagination. So to start with, there's a nice kind of probably PC way of putting it, but a quote of, you are old when a puddle becomes an obstacle. So, or maybe a better way to put it, or other ways that I've seen the quote is, the state of childhood is lost when a puddle is an obstacle. So I believe very strongly that we can rediscover that state, and we can pause and we can enjoy a puddle, and we can forget that the goal in our head or in our busy lives is to get to the end of the plan, the walk, the destination. Because in a playful state, the destination is of no interest at all. So I think Fiona mentioned the importance of process over the product. So I'm going to try sharing my screen here now I've just got a few photos to help me and to help illustrate the two aspects of my work, or some of my work. So Forest School, which I used to have to explain about all the time, and justify and try and cajole parents, teachers, educating organizations, even the likes of UCC, to let us into their grounds, their campus, to do something called Forest School. And the bizarre situation or result of this last period of lockdown and COVID is this amazing shift that I've experienced of the awareness of how important nature connection is, and spending time outside, and that is justification in itself. It doesn't have to be framed in any other way, as in what you might call outdoor education. You don't need a reason to be out or to take a group out. And all my problems of maybe 6 months or a year ago of saying to principals or play organizations or education settings that we needed to split the group into a smaller group, have higher ratios, that the sessions had to be longer, that they had to be a minimum of 2 hours, that they had to be regular and repeated, that one-offs weren't acceptable or anywhere near the same. Obviously, going out once is better than not at all, but the Forest School ethos is not interested in a one-off experience of going to the trees or into the wild. And also that it would have to repeat in some way throughout the seasons, that a few sessions wasn't enough either, that it had to repeat through the year so that they at least the groups got experience of a space in different seasons. These were all hard sells before, but now I'm finding the opposite is true, and principals get it, parents get it. They're only delighted with the offer, which is quite something. In a school that we're involved with in Cork at the moment, we've just finished a series with the senior infants. And I was delighted to see the message go out to the parents before it started, where the principal had written, your child will be going to the woods, hail, rain or snow. And that's just how she put it. I don't think a principal would have written something as blunt or as clear as that before, and be so confident that parents would roll with it. So that was nice to see. And you can see here a response from one in that group, that I love being in nature because that is where I belong. Another quote from an older group that we did before lockdown, with a child that struggles in full settings, is very high achieving, very high energy, and has social shortcomings or challenges in a classroom. One of the things he said as he was walking out with me was that in the trees, I don't need my phone. And that sat with me very strongly, that the time he had just spent, 2 hours, had flown by, and he'd been very, very comfortable and engaged, and hadn't missed his phone. Okay, so here's another quote, an image from the session to do with our Forest School, which is just a small area in part of UCC. I like Forest School because of nature and because I get to choose what I want to do. And I like this image because this child here is obviously very relaxed and away hopefully away with the fairies. We talk about fairies a lot and use of story, but he's not using the equipment appropriately. That's not how you're supposed to be using that walkway, but it looks very beneficial to him right there. Okay, so that's Forest School and our sessions. The other one that maybe you're not quite so familiar with or have never heard of is Clowns Without Borders Ireland. And there are chapters of Clowns Without Borders throughout the world. There are 15 chapters or more growing, including chapters in India and Canada and Brazil, Australia. And yeah, the motto of being no child without a smile, and the idea of going to areas of trauma or of natural disaster or refugee situations, and simply taking a show, a performance with street performers, circus practitioners, actors, play therapists or play experts, and we just put on a performance. Again, this has its challenges in trying to justify the expense of taking a bunch of clowns to a place where people have no proper place to live, in shelter, limited access to food and medicine. And it can be hard enough to raise the money. Just to say that Clowns Without Borders Ireland also visits direct provision centres within Ireland and other settings where refugee groups and families are. But it can be a tricky one to fundraise and justify. A lot of people don't have a warm connection to clowns. So this can be an interesting connection to educators projecting. And part of what I want to talk about is how we have to be careful not to project our fears or our own nervousness around maybe being outside, getting dirty, getting our shoes or clothes dirty, or picking up a bug, but also maybe how you react to something you don't know, like clowning, clowns, drama, the use of drama, singing. I'm not, that pushes my buttons if I'm asked to sing. But so the use of clowning can be a strange one. So the idea is of just providing a performance space, a shared event with no message really at all, and just the target is to make the audience laugh. Now this can be a very hard thing to organize. So as an example, to see the power of what happened, this picture is from a tour I took to Rwanda. And it happened to come up on my Facebook recently because it's 8 years ago this week. So I thought I'd use the images that popped up for this presentation. So here's an image of our performance with amazing backdrop of the hills in Rwanda. And the audience are Congolese refugees that have fled the Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. And you can see quite the gathering. And this is a hard thing to justify or encourage management in a camp to do, because normally when they have visitors arriving, the last thing they want is a big group to gather, because it's security risk. It's hard to manage. So our request that our work is actually only really going to happen when as much people can see it as possible. Is a very bizarre and difficult request for them to facilitate. And they're obviously very busy people. But the power is every time we got in to do a performance, that after the performance, the management, the coordinators said that would we come back? And they would change their schedule. They would facilitate it in any way they possibly could to make it happen again, because of the impact of a shared event and the laughter that spread around the camp. You see the audience numbers in this particular shot, and you can see that we were working with local performers as well. These very impressive Rwandan acrobats. So we were the warm-up act, and these guys were the stars. And Clowns Without Borders supports their development and training, and they continue visiting camps beyond our engagement. And there you can see a strange, tall, sunburnt white fella struggling in the sun, playing with a folding piece of paper that can come to many different shapes of hats. Very importantly, or vitally, sharing the spotlight, allowing someone the chance to be seen, to have to make people laugh, to play, and to get that amazing round of applause. So I'll just stop sharing that for a moment. And I couldn't see the chat while I was doing that. So I'm just going to quickly the best day ever was a Forest School quote. Oh, that's very nice. So very quickly, with the time that I have left, I wanted to reflect on the things that both Forest School for me and the clown approach. What's behind it? What are you actually trying to do? Because I don't take the children in to teach them one tree from another, or one insect from another, or how to tie a good knot. That might happen, but that's not the point. And the clowns don't spread any message with their show. They don't. We're not trying to turn people into actors or clowns. So some of the things that behind the work that you may be able to can do in your own settings are the idea of risk, yourself taking a risk, stepping out of your comfort zone, doing something that you don't think you know enough about, but doing it anyway, and risky but activities for children to engage with. Forest School has this amazing idea of instead of risk assessment, it's risk benefit analysis. Don't take away the risk, analyze the risk versus the benefit, and how much benefit is there to that risk, and manage that. So that was a wake-up moment for me. So you've got risk, you've got silliness, self-expression, imagination, laughter. These are goals and things that you're looking to engender escapism. And these things will lead to something that I've termed, but I've probably stolen it from someone else, the invisible time-bending veil of escape. And this is what you're trying to engender so that the magic happens, that the magic moments happen where you no longer are facilitating. Your plan doesn't need to project any further or progress any further because they're in it, they're gone. The kids are, the individual that you're watching is gone and engaged and lost in wherever they've gone. Now, I've experienced this in different ways, as in a performance, a moment where everybody's suddenly watching a moment that's probably or more than likely gone off script, and is now in the area of improvisation. That moment is held, and everybody sees the tiniest little thing that has happened, a magic moment that can never be repeated again, and can always be remembered and spoken about, and it's priceless. A moment that can just be a pause, and it can even still be only 1/10 of a second, a tiny moment, but it seems like it lasted for ages, and everybody saw it at the same time. And then the other side of that is that nature expands time, so that an hour disappears in a blink of an eye because you've slipped into this invisible veil where nothing else matters. So the different ways into that, like I say, are maybe encouraging silliness. So just quickly, so as not to go on too much longer, I would encourage you to make sure you don't give or have all the answers. Don't solve the problems. Don't interrupt the game. The clown never wants the game to finish. To win the game means the game is over and you've lost the play. So don't interrupt the game. Make mistakes. Make poor choices. That's what the clown does, makes poor choices so that the audience are the expert. Always have open questioning and follow the lead of the children rather than being the expert at the front. And encourage flights of fantasy. So if you are going to suggest something, don't suggest something logical. And enjoy laughter, enjoy listening to it, and don't let the plans get in the way. Let the plan go and let the laughter continue. And finally, escapism, like a performance or an imaginary journey in a space, transforming the space, surprise events, encourage things to change and be memorable, to make memories. So hopefully some of those things might sit with you, and ask me for clarity. And I wish you good luck in putting the process over the product and finding that magic time-bending moment. Okay, thank you.
Aaron, thank you so much for that incredible presentation. You've given us so much to reflect on. Least of all, of course, that you know you're old when a puddle becomes an obstacle. But sincere thanks for that. Your presentation has attracted many questions, so we look forward to hearing your answers at the end of the next session. So thank you very much. So now we're moving on, and I can't believe it that we're at our final speaker of the day. And I am just delighted to welcome Dr. Tim Gill to speak. And many of you will be, or if not all of you, will be familiar with Dr. Tim's work. He's an author and a global advocate for children's outdoor play and mobility. Tim is a Design Council built environment expert and a visiting research fellow, a Churchill Fellow with degrees from Oxford and London University. And he also has an honorary doctorate from Edge Hill University. Tim is a former director of Children's Play Council, now called Play England, and his website is www.rethinkingchildhood.com. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Judith, for that very warm introduction. And yes, I'm not a medical doctor, as you may have spotted, but I am going to use a medical analogy for my talk. And as I just get my slides up and running. I'm going to, this is slightly playful. By the way, I hope everyone's doing all right. You've had quite a lot of Zooming going on, haven't you, today, on a Saturday as well. So well done, the 200 or so people who are still with us. Yes. So risk anxiety disorder, I've just made that up. It's not a real condition. I'm not a real doctor, but I think it helps us to think about and tease apart what's going on with some of our anxieties around harm to children and harm by children. And I must confess that Aaron has stolen a little bit of my thunder in flagging up the treatment for risk anxiety disorder, but we're going to come back to that. So first of all, let's start with the presenting symptoms. Now, I dare say everybody's familiar with these objects, but I wonder how many of you have worked in settings where the use of egg boxes and toilet roll holders has been prohibited. Well, if we had the ability to have a show of hands, I could do that, but I can tell you that when I am in a room with other people asking that question, somewhere between, I don't know, 20 and 40% of my audience, if it's an early years or school age childcare audience, will put their hands up and say, yes, yeah, oh, yes, we weren't allowed to use those things because of the risk of bacteriological contamination. Well, I can tell you that this is a myth. In fact, here in the UK, it was marked down as Myth of the Month for August 2007 by our Health and Safety Executive. So this is the top government body for health and safety that was concerned about all these myths going around. No credible organisation has ever said that egg boxes or toilet rollers are inherently unsafe or should be banned. So it's an indication of just how widespread this anxiety about children has grown. Here's another example that's a bit closer to home for you in Ireland. This is from a few years back now, but a story in the Times about large numbers of schools in Ireland that were banning children from all sorts of things, including even just simply running in the playground. And I remember checking this out with an Irish play advocate a year or two later, who told me that this is not just media exaggeration, it really was going on. And another example, I think, of excessive anxiety is really what got me interested in this topic of risk aversion in the first place, which is playgrounds. So here's a particularly dismal example, I'm sure you will agree. So this is indication of the symptoms that we're up against. This, as I've said, excessive anxiety about harm to children, but also about harm by children. Okay, so let's just take a step back and think about why this is happening, and also the wider context of children's lives. So that's the background to the treatment that I'm about to suggest. So I think the very first thing we need to be clear about, hopefully these pictures will illustrate this, is that amongst other things, childhood is a kind of journey. And at the beginning of that journey, children are utterly dependent upon adults around them for their most basic needs. But as children grow up, they gradually become more independent. They take on more responsibility. They learn more about how to keep themselves safe, how to pursue their own goals. They get a sense of their own agency. And so one of the central things that happens in this journey of childhood is, you could say, a gradual transfer of responsibility and risk management from adults to children. And that's what these images are trying to illustrate. But I think we've gotten confused, we grown-ups have gotten confused about this journey and about the adult role in shaping it. And my next slide really brings home, I think, just one profound change in childhood over the last 50, 60, 70 years that I think is part of the background to what's happening. So you are looking at a map, and it's a map that shows you what you might call the roaming range or the home territory of some 8-year-old children, but they happen to be 4 8-year-old children who are in 4 generations of the same family who all grew up in the same area. So that big blob that you can see that takes up most of the map, that's the roaming range or the home territory of the great-grandfather in this family. And at the age of 8, he could go 10 kilometers, 6 miles across the city on his own. And you can see the two, the smaller circles, that the one that's touching is the grandfather in this family. He could go about a mile. The circle at the top there, that's the mother. She could go about half a mile. And you see the little black dot that's over on the left-hand margin. That's the son in this family today. He's actually allowed to go to the end of his street. But we know from studies that, in fact, that's more everyday freedom. That's more of a kind of right to roam than most 8-year-old children's these days. In fact, it's quite rare to find 8-year-olds who are allowed out of their own house. And that's a very widespread pattern around the world. And it's, I would say, one of the most profound and one of the most underexplored changes in the very nature of childhood, what I call the shrinking horizons of children's lives, because it's depriving children of some really valuable experiences of that help them on that road that I was talking about, on that journey to becoming independent, responsible, resilient and capable people. Now, I haven't got time to talk about why that's all happening. That's an interesting question, but I think we should give some thought to what this means about children today. And I would argue that these experiences that children are losing out on are valuable and important. And while we cannot turn the clock back, what we can do is think about how we can compensate children for this loss, how we can find other ways to give them a taste of freedom and get a sense of what it feels like to be responsible. Here's a quote from our previous chief medical officer here in England, who says that exactly this, that it's important to allow young people to be able to mount successful responses against life's challenges. She talks about inoculating children by giving them the chance to develop resilience. And we do that by allowing them to have safe challenges in safe and supported environments, strengthening their ability to act effectively later in life. So this is all part of the background, remember, to the treatment that I'm coming up with. But there's this debate about resilience and experience running alongside this has been growing anxiety, as I've mentioned. And as I've said, my interest in this topic came around because of my work around playgrounds and promoting the value of playgrounds, and a realization that particularly in the 90s, playgrounds were becoming incredibly over-focused on safety. And I suppose one of the defining moments of that is campaigns around playground safety. Now, I don't know how many of you in the audience will be familiar with the BBC television programme That's Life, but this was a programme that ran through the 80s and indeed the 90s and beyond, and actually did some strong campaigning and effective work, but it latched onto the issue of playground safety. And the image you can see shows the presenter, Esther Ranson, making the case for playground surfacing, and doing so by having in her hand some china plates. And first she drops the china plate on the studio floor, and then secondly she drops the china plate on some spongy rubber. Now, of course, the results of this experiment are entirely predictable, but the thing I want to draw your attention to, and I actually watched this video, and this photo is me photographing the video of the show, and there was a light bulb moment for me when I realized, here's the problem. What's the conception? What's the philosophy here of children that this little experiment is embedding? Well, it's this, that children are as fragile as china plates, irredeemably stupid, unable to learn from their mistakes, and that the adult role is to protect them as far as possible. And so that again is part of this climate, the context, the background, or what I call in my book, No Fear, a philosophy of protection. That our job as adults is to eliminate risk from children's lives. And another aspect of all of this that we need to recognize is growing fear of litigation. So, for instance, litigation and worries about litigation around school trips. This is a group of children going out on a forest school trip. By the way, I'm a huge fan of forest school. I was very pleased to hear Aaron talking about that. Now, what's interesting is that if we ask ourselves, actually, how much litigation is going on? Now, in the UK at least, the reality is that it's very low. By the way, somebody, I think, in the panel has got their microphone on, so perhaps somebody could just mute that. Where was I? Yes, here's a question for you. Have a guess in the audience, just in your head, how much each school in the UK spends each year on paying out on accident claims. The answer, less than £5, €5, let's say, a year. So yes, it does indeed sometimes happen that schools have to pay out, because sometimes people have made bad mistakes, and we live in a culture and a society where people can make legal claims. But there is not an epidemic of claims. It is not, what I would say is it's the fear of litigation that's the bigger problem, not the actual reality of the level of claims. And in fact, if you look at the law, not only am I not a doctor, I am also not a lawyer, but I can assure you that when you look at the law in Ireland, as in the UK, what's the basic standard that the law requires in, for instance, health and safety legislation? Well, I took the time to check this up, and it's really packed in the notion of reasonableness. The law requires us to be reasonable, to take reasonable steps to keep people safe, or whatever the language is. So really need to hold on to this notion of reasonableness. And if somebody is asking you to go beyond what is reasonable, well, they are being unreasonable. And just to back up my claim that this is not just a UK issue, this is the law in Ireland as well. I had a look at Kroner's, people may know this, the Bible of legal guidance, checked out the law on health and safety in Ireland, and you can see this text here. It's broadly similar to the British system. And at the bottom there, maybe you can just see that the Health and Safety at Work Act 2005 imposes a general duty around health and welfare at work so far as is reasonably practicable. So that word, reasonableness. One more contextual point before we move on to the treatment. I hope this is self-evident. Yes, we are not talking here about the complete deregulation and kind of throwing children to the fates. Of course, we need to take reasonable steps. We need to take a balanced and thoughtful approach. And some risks are not the kind of risks that we want to allow into children's lives. Okay, let's talk about treatment. At the heart of the treatment that I'm proposing to combat risk aversion disorder is the idea of a new approach and a new philosophy. And it's nicely captured by a kindergarten I was lucky enough to visit in Canada a few years back. So this is Blaydon School, public school, that's to say a state school in Toronto. And I spent some time visiting the site, you can see it here. And when I was speaking to the principal, she had a very clear message about her approach to risk and safety in her setting. And she said, we are in the business here of helping our children grow up to be responsible people. And we think that should start now. And if parents say to her, well, I'm a bit nervous about that stack of logs you've got, all these things that you're allowing the children to do, she says, well, our job here partly is to help our kids to be responsible. When do you want that to happen? Do you want that to start happening now? Do you want it to start happening in the second grade, in grade 5, in grade 12, when they're going to their first party, when they're walking down the aisle? When do you want to start allowing children to be more responsible? So I think that was a really powerful encapsulation of the philosophy that I'm advocating here. And when it comes to thinking about managing risks, the move I'm going to argue for, and the move I've been promoting for 10 or 15 years now, is that when we're thinking about children's learning and helping children on that journey to being responsible and resilient people, we shouldn't be doing a conventional risk assessment. You can see the diagram here. We shouldn't just be reducing and removing risk, okay? We need to move to a risk-benefit assessment approach. We need to be literally and figuratively balancing risks against benefits, and crucially recognizing that there are some benefits from allowing children to encounter uncertainty, to find out for themselves what happens if, to find out what their capacities are, to find out what might happen if they make a mistake. And that at heart is a balancing act. It is not a process of the elimination or the removal of risk. And I'm pleased to say that this approach, which I could talk about for a very long time, but time is short, but it has secured the support of the Health and Safety Executive here in the UK. And you can see on your screen a quote. This is from a statement you can find online that essentially supports risk-benefit assessment as, to quote the HSE, a sensible approach to risk management. And by the way, it's well worth getting hold of that entire statement. It's only a page and a half long. So that's my treatment: risk-benefit assessment, value-based, thoughtful and balanced. So what's the prognosis? Okay, well, I think I've got some good news. You remember that playground that I showed you earlier on, the very sad slide in the middle of the sea of spongy rubber? Well, that was a photo of a playground from a few years back. Here is a photo of a public playground here in London, just a few miles from where I'm speaking from today. This is a Tumbling Bay playground in the Olympic Park, very high profile, unsupervised, open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I will confess, this is close to my heart. I was involved in this project, but I hope you agree it looks a little bit different to the one that I showed you earlier. And the heart of the journey that we've had in playground design in the UK is a more balanced, creative, and less risk-averse approach to playgrounds and playground design, supported by risk-benefit assessment. I could talk about many other examples of where RBA has been applied. And again, Aaron mentioned Forest School. It's pretty much the norm in Forest School programs in the UK to use risk-benefit processes to think through activities. So what about Ireland? Well, I had a quick look at what your guidance and standards say around early years and safety and so on. And I was encouraged to see that in your national framework, there is indeed a standard around environments that talks about offering a variety of challenging and stimulating experiences. That's really valuable. And that's the platform on which you can build a balanced approach. And when I dug a little bit deeper and looked into the manual, again, I found some quite helpful messages in the manual, which no doubt many of you are familiar with. And I've highlighted the one there around opportunities for challenge and, in inverted commas, safe risk. Not quite sure what I feel about that phrase, safe risk, but I guess at the very least, it's kind of, it brings out into the open the tensions, because there are tensions here. There is no simple formula that you can apply, and nor should there be really, to decide whether something is has acceptable or unacceptable risk in striking that balance. So where are we? Okay. I'm inviting you, in tackling risk aversion disorder, to think about your values, and do your values and the goals and the policies and the philosophy that you have in your setting and your work, do they adequately express this idea of helping children to grow up to be responsible, resilient people? Accentuate the positive. The key thing about risk-benefit assessment is it makes visible the good things that happen when we allow children a degree of freedom to encounter uncertainty and to manage risk. Be reasonable. That's the legal benchmark. Hold on to that. Of course, you should be mindful of guidance, but let's remember, for instance, the difference between the law on the one hand and guidance on the other. Guidance is defeasible, yes, it's open to question and debate. Doesn't mean you ignore it, but it doesn't necessarily need to be followed to the letter. And in fact, there's many examples, I'm sure, from the guidance where you can see the recognition that you need interpretation. You need to make sense of that in your own context. And as I've said, I'm strongly of the view that risk-benefit assessment is the right treatment to overcome the disease of risk aversion disorder. So just a couple more slides. I want to go back to that kindergarten in Toronto that I mentioned, Blaydon School. This is a lovely newspaper story that actually gave a very positive report of the work of that school. And I'm going to share one more tip from the staff in the school. It's a fascinating approach. So when they were trying to put into practice this philosophy, one of the techniques that they use is what they call the 17-second rule. What's the 17-second rule? Well, it goes like this. If you're out watching the kids or you see them doing something that you're a bit worried about, you don't leap in straight away. You don't go, be careful, or is that safe? You hold back for 17 seconds and see what happens. And the message coming back from the staff was that it was the vast proportion of the times when they followed that rule, it's a rule of thumb, of course, it's not a hard, strict rule, the children figured out for themselves how to keep themselves safe and to carry on doing what it was they were doing. And I think that's a really thought-provoking and obviously deliberately provocative, but a practical tool that this setting was using. So I'm again going to hark back to Aaron's talk and share my final slide, which is one of these internet memes that may even have cropped up in your social media. Now, the thing I like about this message, firstly, of course, it's a message about how children learn. Yes, children do great things when they get outside of their comfort zones, but it's also a message to all of you that you will make progress and you will change the way that you work and get a better approach if you get a little bit outside of your comfort zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tim, again, for giving us so much to think about in your incredible presentation. I just wish we could hear more. I just didn't want you to finish. So sincere thanks for that. And again, to all three speakers. So now I'd like to invite our three conveners. So we have Frances and Annie and Wendy back with us. So Fiona, Annie's going to ask you some questions, and Wendy is going to pose Aaron questions, and Frances is going to pose questions to Tim. So Annie, I invite you first.
Thanks, Fiona. That was just amazing, amazing talk, amazing images. I love going into the Glucksman and even that viewpoints exhibition that was there last year. Visited many times, and my own kids in their school went as well, which was just fantastic. So there's been a lot of questions, and I know you've answered some, but I was hoping that you would just expand for anyone that mightn't have seen it, around your thoughts about process over product in the early years.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about process, but I suppose because I work with artworks are part of the process. So artworks come alive when a human being is standing in front of them. So that's a process. And I think that the exhibition moment is a really important part of the way in which children understand many things. So it's a way to celebrate them. It's a way for them to begin to develop an understanding of perspectives beyond their own artwork, that they see that there are other people responding to those ideas. It's a way for them to be taken seriously, to understand that their voices and views have traction in our world. And that's where we as educators have, you know, such an important role to play. Because what we found, and I'm sure you know this from working with young people, when you pay attention to an image, you are given an insight into a child's world. So what might look at the outset like a little square with a line through it could be a spaceship, or it could be a garden, or it could be a monster. And it's in tuning in to that moment that you learn so much. And for me, the exhibitions that we platform give young people a chance to extend those conversations beyond kind of domestic or school space into civic space. And in putting their voices and views into civic space, we are really underlining, I think, as a society, the importance of hearing from young people at every stage. And I know that here we're speaking to people who know this, but I would hope that one of the things the Glucksman can do is carry that on. And so, for instance, the Future Forms exhibition that I spoke about, that was fascinating to me, because suddenly we were engaging the views of the young people with city planners, with business people in the city, to kind of say, hang on, if we're planning a city, they want more green spaces, they want more areas for play, they want wider pavements, and they want it clearly to be sustainable and green. And, you know, that is, maybe we all know that from working with young people, but the thing that we can do is become a space in that process which engages it far beyond the young people. And hopefully then the young people grow up with an expectation that they should be heard, as well as having the right to express themselves, that expression should be taken seriously.
Absolutely, yeah, and it links in what Professor Nolan was talking about rights earlier on, which is fascinating. And I just wanted to talk about that for a second in relation to the facilitator's role within the Glucksman in engaging and ensuring that the voice of the child is heard. And maybe you might tell us about you know, what supports that you have drawn on, or how you have informed, you know, your understanding of facilitating those the child's voice.
Yeah, well, I am so fortunate because I work with an extraordinary team of people who are creative and caring and who always prioritize what we say is the community's needs. So when we're working with children, that has its own challenges because children aren't always able to express immediately what their needs are. And our facilitators are so extraordinary in really paying attention to other cues. And I would say, again, maybe because many of them are trained visual artists, or, you know, they're very aware of the non-verbal. And I think that can be a real advantage in early years engagement, about paying attention to what's needed. And then I think I gave some specific examples in the presentation, but we have to be led by the needs of the child. So, you know, we know if a child is hungry, or if a child, you know, is kind of in themselves feeling down or disengaged, they're not going to be able to, you know, feel creative or expansive enough to you know, enjoy a workshop with us. So we know to sort out those needs. But then there are other things that we just mightn't have expected, like this idea of the wonderful group of young people who arrived into the museum and we're all welcoming them, and they just wanted to play around in the garden. And you kind of go, of course they do. And what we need to do is figure out a way where we can deliver the workshops in the garden, and actually find then, as we did with the scouting groups, partners who would still provide that kind of integration and kind of civic experience, even if it's happening outdoors. And I think, you know, that can be really challenging for us, because when the traveller community said, like, look, we're not ready to be public about this, and our whole thing was, we have to be public, we're, you know, we're trying to advocate for you and it's really important, we kind of had to say, okay, actually we might want that, but they don't want that yet, is what we're hoping. And we just have to wait and develop the relationships. That goes back to, I think, what was being said earlier on about, you know, the importance of a relationship, of, you know, that key one person. We're trying to be that key one museum that will develop an important relationship where the children themselves will feel confident in civic public spaces.
Absolutely. And I think that just ties in what was also wondering about, do you know, that working with community groups, do you know, there must be a whole behind the scenes that is going on before the artwork even comes into play, about engaging their needs as well. Can you talk about that, and what other groups would you work with specifically?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because what we do is we develop templates for workshops, and we have kind of materials. They're like lesson plans, or, you know, kind of workshop directions. And then in every case, nearly always they need to be adapted, because if you're a rural school and you've traveled a long way, like, your kind of sense of how you might want to engage is very different from, let's say, a school that might have walked down to us from 5 minutes away and is very used to the UCC campus. So there's all different levels of modulation. But what we try to come back to is this idea of the shared theme, or the shared question. And those questions are often shaped for us by our colleagues in the university. So we're again trying to tap into the expert community that we work with. So for instance, when we did the monsters in the museums, we were working, I'm sure many of you know our colleague Maureen in applied social studies, to look around ideas of identity and transformation, which are such strong themes in children's literature, and how those, you know, really beautiful sense of becoming would be allowed to be explored by the children in very different ways. And it's true that within any given group, you will have children who will have some who might be gloriously able to express themselves verbally, some who might be just much stronger at cutting and pasting, and some who might have a great facility with drawing. And what you're trying to encourage is the joy that they might feel when they start to create. Because actually, for me, one of the loveliest things about COVID has been this sense that people are beginning to explore their own creativity as a form of well-being, as a form of self-care. And essentially, that's the kind of heart of what we're trying to do with these children, is to just to find the place where they're feeling like we have to make them comfortable. And then when they're comfortable, they can start to feel that joy and creativity. And then you celebrate that as a way to kind of hopefully bring them back so that they will keep doing it for the rest of their life, if we get it right.
Absolutely. And you talked about in relation to the way art and creativity, you know, is so powerful in introducing, you know, issues of social justice into children's lives that mightn't have been there previous. And do you want to talk just a little bit more about that, how early years practitioners may tap into that?
Yeah, I think again, the exhibition Viewpoints, and this is my little plug, is one of the kind of upsides for us about COVID is that we're keeping that exhibition in the space for the entire year. And one of the reasons for that is we need now much larger safe distance workshop space. And it is so important to us that we are keeping that upper level so we can deliver that. So at the moment, behind closed doors, we're delivering workshops for Redcliffe, which is a family hub. So we're working with, families and children who are experiencing homelessness, and they can come into the exhibition and experience Viewpoints. And so working with those communities where there is a real loss and a real sense of poverty in so many ways, like an impoverishment around home and this big, huge discussion of home, and them not having spaces to create, means that we've become acutely aware of how children are utterly in tune with different rights and social justice discussions from the earliest age, because essentially, like, it's about understanding your place in the world. And what I think an exhibition like Viewpoints can do, and what we as early years educators can do, is enable the children to know that this is a good thing to think about, and this is something that it is okay to reflect on. Because as you saw with that really powerful image by Chris Judge of those children in a boat, I mean, that's a hard image to look at. I think any of us would not look at that and feel, but it has to be okay for children to explore that challenge. And I think, that even the kind of powerful colors for a younger child might be a little bit unsettling. But if you do that when you're holding them or you're asking them and trying to say, look, we hope they're going to get safely to where they're going. What might they need to get safely to where they're going? Like those kinds of questions. I suppose I think it's really important that we don't underestimate children's capacity to explore those issues and how that helps to develop them into kind of, more resilient. Equally, as I think it is hugely our responsibility as a society to ensure we address all the needs. Like, I don't at all expect children to be doing this, but it allows us to hear from them again what those needs might be and what they might want to address. So yeah, I love that artwork is challenging, and I think we shouldn't shy away from that. I really dislike the idea, because if you look at children's literature, it's outrageous what young heroines and heroes get up to. So why wouldn't we challenge our young people in our art spaces to get up to the same thing, building on Tim's point and Aaron's points about adventure and play? So yeah. Well, I could just keep talking forever. I'm sorry, Annie.
we would happily let you. It's fascinating, and I just wanted to finish on. I love the idea that that language wasn't, that they were the creativity at home, that it was beyond language. That and I know there was a lot of talk during COVID with parents working and screen supporting them within the home, that those resources were made available, that wasn't dependent on as you say, using beyond language, which was just amazing. I know we tapped into it in our house an awful lot, and such fun and joy it brought as well, and discussions later on. So thank you, and it's been a pleasure. I hope we get the opportunity to talk about this again.
I'd love to. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So now we'll move on to Wendy, who's going to pose questions to Aaron.
Thank you, Judith. So I think Aaron is here.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, Aaron. So I'll be asking you some questions today. It was an amazing presentation. I think we've been saying how amazing the presentations have been. And I think you gave the attendees a lot of new ideas. So for example, Imelda says that she's definitely going to incorporate the puddle quote. And Evelyn loves the idea of fostering magic time and bending moments. So just going now to the questions. One of them was talking about risk assessment. So she asks, how does one move from risk assessments to risk benefit analysis in the early years? I would really like to create more change in this regard in my practice.
Okay, well, I'm probably not the person to ask this question specifically for early years, but you could definitely do worse than and look at the Irish Association for Forest Schools, the website and the people that oversee that association, because like I mentioned, Forest School uses this benefit analysis technique to justify what would be seen as risky behavior, or risky activities. I think someone mentioned about climbing and what height is a safe height, and the access to tools. And another thing that is very important to Forest School is having a fire. So imagine that, a group coming and spending time around an open fire. And one of the loveliest messages I got from a parent was the fact that they never thought they would pick up their child from school with smelling of fire smoke. So there's a lot in that. So it's just, I suppose, finding out how to and how the forms are different, so that you're not working on a risk assessment form. You're asking to move over to a risk benefit analysis system. But how you do that within early years, you'd have to ask someone else about that within a centre.
Okay. And just what you were talking there about something like a fire. So there was another comment here, which she basically said, look, she loves the idea, and Maureen, and she talks about insurance companies and forest schools. And so she says, they will insure you, but then they'll say children can't go climb trees, they can't, use knives. I'm sure if they can't use knives, fires would definitely be out, so they can't really take any risk. So do you have any advice on this?
Well, I mean, between my work being to do with Forest School and trying to teach people circus skills, my life is tortured by insurance companies. It's really a nightmare. An island is desperate. The insurance system is stitched up. The arts is a disaster. But from experience, it's not set in stone. It does seem to move, and what was not possible can become possible. And then unfortunately, what is possible sometimes becomes impossible again all of a sudden. So like the circus centres in Ireland have struggled to stay open recently because they couldn't get renewed quotes. But it is possible to get insurance for these types of activities. And again, you have to show the process. You have to show that the equipment is appropriate and that you have done this analysis. And crucial, which can be a big problem, is the ratio. The ratios are small, as in the number of children per adult, especially for a particular activity. So like the knives aren't just going to be out and anyone who wants a knife can pick one up. They're only going to be out for a short period of time to a particular number of pupils or learners in a particular place. And knives aren't the first thing that you introduce, that comes later down the sessions. But it is possible. Again, the Forest School Association would be able to advise people about insurance options, but it's tough. It is tough.
Yeah, no, for sure. And even, as Dr. Tim Gill was saying, there's so many regulations and hoops to jump through. So it's great that there is an association that they can get further advice on. And just moving from risk assessment and regulations, Heino Schoenfeld, he says, he thinks this is a great concept. However, he says some children don't really enjoy the exposure to nature all day long, or to clowns for that matter. So then he asks, how can the individual preferences of children be recognized and met?
Yep. Well, I mean, that's it. Not one size fits all, is it? So it really is. I think children can surprise you. Definitely. We've had groups where the first session, some of the children wouldn't step onto the grass because of, I don't know what, but they just didn't actually like grass. So I mean, I mean, what goes on in the background there, I have no idea. But by the end of it, like 2 or 3 sessions, those same children are sitting in the dirt. You know, they're sitting on a tree stump around the fire with their hands caked in clay. But you don't force the issue. So again, it comes down to better ratios, smaller groups, and time, and letting it go. Let it go. And so, if you have a high ratio, and you can give a child one-to-one attention while the others are being minded or overseen by the others supervising. So you can find out what the problem is and what they would like to do or not do. And sometimes that's the power of a campfire as well. That sitting around the fire, and that you need somebody to mind the fire and do a bit of preparation with the adult that's minding the fire. That is a very important task. And I found that most nervous participants are absolutely delighted that they're just allowed to sit and sort sticks so that we get a good stick for the next to add to the fire. You know, as an example, you just don't actually have to do anything is an important offer.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And even just the importance of, like you said, like you don't have to do anything, but the materials are available to them, because specifically in the Republic of Ireland, we know that 1/3 of children in Ireland have never climbed a tree. You know, so there's a lot of children that are not getting these experiences. So at the start, there might be a bit of hesitation, but like you said, you then find at the end of the day, they're the children that are like sitting in the dirt and they're delighted. So there was another question from Claire, and she says, "Hi Aaron, forest schools is a wonderful topic for discussion." And that she says she's really interested in your statement that we don't need a reason to go outside, that it does not need to be focused on what education will take place, but rather to simply be outside. And then she says her question is, as adults, how can we overcome this? As this is something I am guilty of, and I would like to move beyond the why.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, that's very important for all of us to realize this and to step back and to slow down. I mean, the main thing, I suppose, is if you're lucky enough to have young children in your life, or you can borrow some, then take their lead. There's lots of lovely books and people around that can lead you to ways of exploring nature in a creative way, in a therapeutic way, bringing arts techniques outside. But the main thing really is, and it goes back to this idea of planning as well, is that to get away from going for a walk, because a walk involves starting in one place and getting somewhere else. But if you're just going out and then see what happens, and maybe you don't even get more than 50 meters from the car park, because you explore, you give time to see what's around you, really, and that's really hard. And I saw someone mention in the chat about urban adventures, and that's really important and true, to find the little gems and the things that you miss, the kind of quirky buildings that you just walk past, that not all buildings are the same, like not all trees are the same, and what's around that corner. And just don't take the logical path to somewhere else. So it's about going slow and see what happens. You know, turn round and round and round a few times before you choose which way to go in your next step.
Yeah, look, thanks so much, Aaron. really insightful. I know I asked the hard-hitting question, so thanks for giving us such insightful answers. I'll pass us back over to Judith now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great stuff, and thank you all. And now finally, Dr. Frances Clerkin will pose questions to Dr. Tim Gill.
Hello? Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, Frances, we can hear
Yes,
you.
okay, Grant.
Yes, I can hear you too.
Great. Dr. Tim Gill has actually been very busy answering questions that were appearing in the question and answers, and some of them disappeared before I actually had time to note them properly. Having said that, huge responsiveness to what you were saying, and I just think it was so interesting. The final point you made there about adults moving out of our comfort zones. And I think this is hugely important because we're the gatekeepers to children's access to move out of their comfort zones. So that's, it's really wonderful that you brought that point across, because a lot of people are asking you about dealing with regulations and even perceptions around what is safe and what isn't safe. And one person asked a question about where did these ideas come from about, for instance, toilet rolls or egg boxes not being allowed to be used in earlier context. Is that just an urban myth that's out there, or where did that come from, Tim, do you think?
So first of all, actually, I'm not sure if somebody back there can put my video up, but it doesn't matter. I'm hoping people can hear me, even if you can't see me.
We can hear you. We can't see you, unfortunately.
That's all right. Okay, so I think one of the things that's complicated about risk is, we all have different appetites for risk. And if you like, our own risk thermostat is set at different levels.
Yes.
And that goes for, medics and regulators and politicians. So this is complicated. But I think let's talk about parents, okay, as one group that we, here we go.
Yes.
You can see my lovely face now. It's getting a bit dark here, so I'm having to rely on some side lighting. So some parents are quite happy letting their kids, climb trees or use tools. Other parents are not. Always has been the case, always will be the case. The problem I think we have today, compared with say 20 or 40 years ago, is that we've somehow allowed the anxious and vocal people to have a veto, or to have a louder voice, to have more of a say. And I think that also goes in, when it comes to thinking about medics or experts of different kinds. That you could say we're in a risk society, and I think that does need to be challenged. I think that bringing it back to early childhood education settings, I think all of you need to think about, how do you respond to the anxious and vocal parent, or how do you respond to the unreasonable demand from a manager or a regulator or a funder? And it comes down to being clear about what your values are, what you think is important for your children and why it's important. Great example from that kindergarten in Toronto. And being prepared to have robust conversations. That doesn't mean being rude or aggressive, but it means saying, no. And that we have this wonderful thing now called the internet, where you can go online and you can search about egg boxes and toilet rolls, and you can find that page from the Health and Safety Executive that says that this is a crazy idea. Or you can find the Forest School Association has done some good work facilitating conversations with insurers about things like tree swings or other activities. That's so collective, well-informed, value-based conversations that of course are respectful, but aim to widen the scope of what's possible. And I think that's what we've seen in the UK. I think we're seeing it in some other countries. Australia is a good example, where again around playgrounds, but also the forest school movement is an international movement. In Australia, they call them bush kindies. We have beach schools. In Canada, there's a big forest school movement. that's happening because people are standing up and saying, you know, we think there are some valuable experiences that kids should be getting. We should be allowing them, and we should be, you know, figuring out ways to remove some of these barriers and get our kids able to learn in more healthy and you know, life-affirming ways.
Thank you very much for that. And we also had a question that came up there about, did you notice, Tim, much difference between the culture and the legislation in other parts of Europe in relation to children's access to risk-benefit analysis, as opposed to, say, the UK and Ireland?
Yes, and that's true. And again, we have a spectrum. So often you see this sort of spectrum of attitudes, and there are certainly different cultures. I think the person who I was exchanging with mentioned Germany, and I think Germany is an example of a country that really is pretty explicit about the value and there's an expectation that parents will, you know, allow their children, and teachers will support children's resilience. In fact, there's some research that shows that in Germany you're seen as a bad parent if you don't let your kids walk to kindergarten at the age of 5, or whatever, you know. So there are cultural differences, but it is also true that even in those countries, Norway is another example.
Yes,
there are still these forces that are pushing parents, educators, and others to become more risk averse. And I mentioned the work of Dr. Ellen Sandseter, it might be Professor Ellen Sandseter, who's an early childhood education academic based in Norway, who's done a lot of research on risky play, really very well-grounded, evidence-based, empirical studies. And she has shown that even in Norway, you know, educators now are nervous to allow things to happen, like climbing trees, that they would have been much more relaxed about 10 or 20 years ago. So, you know, that's the reality of the world we live in. In a way, I would hope people would find that reassuring, because actually we can learn from what the Norwegians have done. And this isn't just an Irish problem or just a UK problem or an English-speaking world problem. These are tensions that, you know, are part of the world that we live in, and we can all learn from each other.
Yes, and I suppose, again, it goes back to what you were saying about moving outside of our own comfort zones. And one other question that came up, people were fascinated by that lovely picture you showed of the, I think you said it was in central London, this playground.
Tumbling Bay Playground, yes.
Yeah, beautiful. One person said, I love it, I want to play there. And I think we all got that sense. And just a question there, how difficult or how long did it take, or was it difficult to get that planning permission passed for that place?
Okay, so the slightly bigger version of that story is, I talked earlier about robust conversations, and I think those need to happen at different levels. And so we were able to have robust conversations at the regulation level with the Health and Safety Executive 20 years ago. And this conversation has been going on for 20 years at that level around playground safety here in the UK. And that's how we got to the statement that I mentioned, the high-level statement on children's play and leisure, the Health and Safety Executive support for risk-benefit assessment. And that has provided a platform that then allows designers and commissioners to, you know, to push the envelope. And that's what happened with Tumbling Bay. But you can still, you know, I would say, think about those different levels. There are people listening now who would be in a position to push the envelope at the regulatory level, to talk to your early childhood health and safety regulators. They will know this is a problem. They might feel worried about it, but they will know, you know, the Health and Safety Executive in the UK were interested in this topic because so many people were thinking so many crazy things were not allowed. That doesn't help them do their job properly. So you can have the conversation at the level of the regulators and the politicians and the media. You can also have the conversation in your own local authority or your setting, and keep on pushing. Ideally, having those happening at the same time and having a kind of coordination. I saw somebody in the chat mentioned, oh, there's an early childhood education setting in Cork, I think it was, that has a fire pit. Fantastic.
That's correct, yes.
So Okay, so then one of the things that a risk benefit assessment allows you to do, this is the version that we've produced, is it's a question that says, what are the precedents? Okay, what precedents can you point to? And that's a perfect example where another setting in Ireland can say, okay, we're thinking about having a fire pit. Oh, look, there's this setting in Cork that's already done it. Doesn't give you a get out of jail free card. You can't just say, oh, they've done it, so we're going to do it. But what it does allow you to do is to speak to that setting, find out how they've gone through the hoops and persuaded the people they need to persuade. What measures have they got in place? How might those things be relevant to your setting? And that's precisely the kind of conversations that we need to be having. And once you see that happening, it's wonderful. It's in the good sense, it goes a bit viral.
Yeah, it's kind of like a domino effect. And that wonderful practical advice there on how we can address these important issues. And there was a lot of response around the 17-second rule. I love that idea as well, because again, it's moving outside of our own comfort zones and not just immediately rushing in. And we got some great practical tools to deal with today, Tim. And I'd like to thank you very much for everything.
You're very welcome. I'm really pleased to be carrying, as it were, returning to Ireland and continuing a conversation. I really wish everybody the very best of luck and in all the work that you're doing.
And thank you for being so interactive and responding to the comments in the chat as well. I really appreciate that. Thank
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So this brings us to the close. Imagine the day just went by so very fast. And just a note from Wendy to say that the recording will be available on the OMEP Ireland website, and it's www.omepireland.ie. But it'll be a few days. It may not be today, but it'll be a few days that it'll be available. So just to say what a pleasure it was to listen to all of our speakers today. We really are part of a dedicated progressive profession. So again, sincere thanks to all of our speakers. And as I said earlier, your messages are going to resonate with us long after the conference concludes. So at this juncture, I would also like to pay tribute to OMEP Ireland's patrons, Professor Francis Douglas, who I know is logged in and has been in attendance since the start this morning, and also to Professor Noreen Hayes, and also to Dr. Mary Horgan. Special thanks also to Dr. Mary Daly from the NCCA and Dr. Rosaline Murphy, who continue to provide OMEP Ireland with so much assistance when required. To our National Committee, and especially to Dr. Annie Commons, Dr. Francis Clerkin, and Dr. Wendy O'Kay from Teach Cloud, who've put so much work into making today the success it is. Sincere thanks to the whole committee for their hard work, good humour, and just to say that we're always looking for new members. So if you're interested in joining the National Committee, please get in touch, or even if you want to become part of the organisation itself. And finally, to OMEP members everywhere, that's all of you. Thank you for supporting OMEP Ireland. In doing so, you are supporting scientific research that positively influences the conditions in which children live, grow, and develop. And we really hope to see you all again soon. So have a lovely weekend, and thank you very much.